But yeah, so I hope you are ready to... But this may be the final stream of Higurashi. Or at least of this chapter for sure. Of them and with the main story. Not finished next time, but Higurashi when they caught Kwai. Chapter 8. Matsuribayashi. We're picking up with... I believe this will be sub-chapter 8. So 8 of 8. Furude-san and Haojo-san are absent today because they both have colds. And the weather is changing, so it's easy to get sick. Make sure you cover yourselves when you go to sleep, okay? Okay. How? They're together, so I guess they caught it together. Rika-chan is supposed to perform as a shrine maiden on the day of Watanagashi. I hope she'll be okay. I hope. We're planning to have lots of fun at the festival. I hope they recover by tomorrow somehow. Hey, do you want to go see them on our way home? Maybe we can bring something healthy for them to eat, too. We don't need to. By the way, can you two stop by this old man's house today? Mion usually enjoys ideas like bringing people food when they're sick. For whatever reason, she was a little curt today. Actually, she's been acting a little different since this morning. Even when I talked to her, her thoughts seemed somewhere else. Now she's asking Rain and me to stop by at her house. Your house, Mi-chan? What for? Well, I need to talk to you about something important. I can't tell you right now, though. Mion seemed calmer than usual, which told me that it was about something very serious. There are always lots of patients running into the clinic just before lunchtime. Because of that, lunchtime at the clinic is always later than normal people's. It's just a short break, though. Our afternoon shift begins right away. The staff were enjoying their break, eating their delivery lunches. They can eat basically anywhere they want as long as the patients can't see them and it's not a place we need to keep sterile. Because it's hot and humid, the meeting room with its air conditioner ends up being a popular place. The staff all eat their takeout lunches there. As I'm okay, it's Siri, I figured that with it. As I'm the director of this clinic, they feel uncomfortable eating with me around. So I usually eat my lunch in the director's office out of consideration for them. Today I ordered lunch from a soba shop. I got an extra large. An extra large serving of mori soba, that is. For whatever reason, they just called the dish an extra large. That makes ordering it complicated, since if I order an extra large in a kitsune udon, they'll just deliver an extra large kitsune udon instead. But is this really a large? Looks more like regular size to me. As I recall, the owner of the restaurant is hurt a hip, so she must be having a hard time keeping things running. I was still thinking about that when Takano-san came in. She was carrying a real large-size order in her hands. Apparently, she ordered a regular morisoba and I grabbed the wrong one by mistake. What a hassle. It's easy to confuse them, isn't it? They should use some kind of mark, you know. I agree. For example, they can put a flag like the one on the kids' meat that says large size. Takano must have liked that idea. She laughed for a while. Would you like to join me? I invited her to sit on the sofa. Are you sure? Thank you. But could you turn the air conditioning down just a bit? Sure. Sorry about that. Here we go. Come to think of it, I haven't really talked too much with her. You're rather distant from each other, partly over the guilt of the organization becoming the Irie Institute. So with that, in our respective positions, we had a taciturn agreement not to pry too deeply into each other. Since our attitudes towards our research are different, we've never mingled before. So, chatting over lunch is a good way to get closer to her. I wonder what she likes to talk about while eating. I guess I should start a peaceful conversation. I don't want her to go off about something like tapeworms. We're having lunch after all. And while I tried to come up with a topic, she started talking instead. Flag on a kid's meal. Brings back memories. Do you think they still have those flags, though? I don't know. It's one of those things that endure. So it's possible they'll keep having flags on kids' meals even in the far future. Maybe even an in-flight kids' meal on a spaceship will have a flag on it. That sounds interesting. I wonder if kids will collect those flags even in the future. Flags? Did you collect them? Oh, didn't you do that when you were a kid? Collect the flags from kids' meals? No way. When I was young, only rich kids could have meals like that. My family couldn't afford it. That's not true. Our family is poor, but when we went to the mall, we had our lunch at a restaurant there. At the time, for me to go to a mall meant having a kids' meal. Whenever my parents went to the mall without me, I'd get very upset. Your childhood sounds very happy. But I went to the mall without me one day. I got in an accident and died. Until I got a call about it, I was really upset with my parents for going to the mall without me, and I was sure they were having a meal there by themselves. As it happened, I only needed one more flag to make my collection complete. Collecting 20 of them was my goal. So upset that I couldn't complete my collection. It's awful, huh? It must have been horrible to lose her parents at the age when she was still interested in collecting flags from kids' meals. It's obviously still a painful memory for her. I see. I didn't know. And by the way, is that why you became a doctor? Why? Well, I aimed to become a doctor because of the reasons involving my family. So I thought the same was true for you too. I earned my medical license because it was necessary to draw closer to the Hinamizawa syndrome. It might be rude to put it this way, but I only attained my license as a byproduct of pursuing my research. How interesting. Even when she was still at medical school, she already knew about Hinamizawa syndrome. By the way, before I took on this job, I didn't know anything about the syndrome. Where did you find about it? I was told you read something about it while you were looking into the late Dr. Takano's documents. I'm impressed that you already started to research it while you were at school. Studying took up all my time when I was a student. That's really incredible. Actually, I became familiar with Mizawa syndrome long before that. What does she mean? How old was when she first found out about the syndrome? In fact, why did she become familiar with it at all? Just like Satoko and Rika-chan, I didn't have any relatives, so I was sent to an orphanage. It was a horrible place. While there was a flood of war orphans back then, I was in a truly awful orphanage built solely to gather up those children and bring in government subsidies. When I escaped from there, I was rescued by my grandfather, Dr. Takano. So, you actually lived with Dr. Takano? I see. Now I understand why you were familiar with his research documents at a young age. But why do you keep it a secret? Well, political reasons. It's one thing to request funding for research in a mysterious disease, but it's another to request it for a research project of my late grandpa's. I see. Finally, a question is answered. The admiration you've shown when discussing Dr. Takano was always more than just respect for a fellow researcher. Still, since you respect him that much, he must have been a wonderful doctor with many genuine virtues. I don't know about genuine virtues. He died alone of an illness, with nobody around to understand him. Preferred being alone, which was a bad habit of his. That's why he couldn't find anyone who would support him. Still, he had you for an excellent assistant, didn't he? Speaking of which, your family name is read the same way his is, isn't it? Yes. It's not my real family name. I took my grandfather's out of respect. I actually wanted to write it the same way, but I thought it could get complicated when explaining it to my client, so I ended up using different characters. Now I could see the connection between their two last names. That also revealed the connection between first names. Hifumi and Mio too. She doesn't need to tell me anything more than that. She lost her parents when she was young, and Dr. Takano took her in and loved her, as if she was his own child, to show her love and respect. She decided to call him her grandfather. Now I know. That's the reason why she's devoted herself to researching Hinamizawa syndrome. I now understand how much she must feel, knowing her research is soon to be terminated. Rika-chan had said that she was hurt. Although I didn't know anything about it, I may have said something to hurt her before. I only cared about treatment and extermination. Didn't care about anything else until today. She must have considered that blasphemous towards her grandfather. Now I know why she became aggressive every time I expressed how I felt. After she was told that her research would be terminated, she stayed up all night and gathered up lots of documents. She went to Tokyo and requested an extension without depending on anyone else, and that request was rejected. The documents she used are now in a box in the underground storage. She must have exerted a lot of effort to put them together. Even someone without any knowledge of our research could easily understand what she was trying to say. However, looks like some of those documents weren't even opened. Some had marks that told me they weren't treated the way documents are supposed to be. I'm sure some pages had absorbed her tears without me ever knowing. I heard from Tokyo that Takano had left a terrible impression with the board of directors. It's not easy to overturn a bad impression. In other words, she can never request an extension on her research ever again. I was there when she found out about it. I was there when she found out she could no longer continue her grandfather's research, even though she must have promised him that she would complete it. Are you going to continue researching on your own after the Irie Institute shuts down? By the time the Irie Institute closed, the Uzawa syndrome will have been eradicated. Should I preserve the pathogen in a petri dish, kidnap someone and infect them to research it? On my own? Without equipment, funding, or a lab? Should I continue the research holed up in a study filled with the smell of formalin and never recognized or acknowledged by anyone, just like my grandfather? Also someone else can ridicule it? Why would you have a loser like me who lacks the youth and energy anymore to continue it? Tomitake once told me that the Irie Institute was supposed to be the Takano Institute, but our clients didn't like the idea of a young woman heading the facility, and that's why I was invited. That explains why she's been unfriendly ever since the day we met. It must have been blasphemy to her to see me go on about Hinamizawa syndrome and decide on a research plan according to my values and morals. To Takano, the syndrome is her grandfather. She must feel his presence when she's researching it. That's the reason why she often stays at the Institute until late at night, though it makes the mountain dogs annoyed, as they serve as security here. Do you like to drink some of the soba broth? Yes, please. Her shoulders look fragile to me for the first time. Now I'm sure of Rika-chan's story. Takano holds an indescribable sadness within her. Someone approached her pretending to understand she just might fall for it. Because of my position, anything I say to her will only hurt her more, probably. Sometimes words can harm people, no matter how they're used. but the fact I still spoke up showed how little experience I had in life. Could at least give the research you'd like to pursue a little more of our future budget. We managed to gain another 3 years from them at least, so we can give those 3 years our best. It was all a slip, and as I spoke, I started to regret trying to say anything. I appreciate the sentiment. It's even harder to watch someone fall ill and waste away over 3 long years. If I remembered right, Dr. Takano came down with acute dementia and chose to commit suicide while his mind was still functional, out of despair at his inability to continue his research further. My verbose slip had made her remember a painful memory, and hurt her even more. He went into a coma, and I had to make a decision as to whether to turn off his life support or not. Hey, Dr. Irie, if you were the doctor in charge of that patient, who would you have pull the plug? You wouldn't pull the plug yourself, would you? Takano asked me that as if it was a normal question. She's only expecting to hear one answer. If I was put into that position, and when the time came, I'd probably let his remaining family do it. That's what I thought. There's no way someone wouldn't be there for their family's final moments. So I'll be here for the final moments of the Hinamizawa syndrome, no matter what. Someone knocked on the door, and I heard the voice of one of the other staff members. Director, afternoon shifts are beginning. Please get ready. Oh, okay, I'll be right there. I'll clean up. Don't you go. Some elderly people are waiting to chit-chat with you. Hehe. Takano-san laughed, but I know that laugh was trying to conceal her anguish. I'm not close to her personally, but she is my partner here at the clinic. I've been trying to avoid getting close to her, but maybe that was a mistake. If I had listened to her more, maybe I could have eased her pain a little. But it's too late. Tomitake is conducting an investigation to prove her innocence. Is she guilty or not? Either way, her heartache remains. After Irie left, Takano sat down on the sofa again and stared at nothing for a while. Then she got up and picked up the phone on the desk. This is Takano. Is Okanogi there? It's me. It's going to ask you to start on the 20th. But please begin observing R today instead. What? What difference does it make? Oh. Are you going to tell me it's too hot to start today? Yes, please do. We only have 5 days. You had better be careful. More than careful, okay? Yeah. Alright. Okay. Goodbye. Oh, he put down the phone inside. Well, it's his job to do whatever Takano wants. Couldn't help but complain about getting such an order on an extremely hot day. Of course, if he complained, Takano would spit back twice as much reproach. Okanogi was sitting in the office of Okanogi Gardeners, a dummy company. As it happened, they regularly did gardening in Hinamizawa, if only so that nobody would get suspicious to see their uniforms and van around. Good grief. I give up. Cullen Nightingale and Skylark, their vacations are cancelled. The princess has given the order to start observing R today. We'll have to move the schedule up by 3 days. First day was Heron, right? Go with a group of 4, including our telephone observer. 1 telephone backup, 1 residence lookout, and 1 residence backup. Heron leader, you'll be at the command post. Also, we're stepping up our sabotage at the telephone station too. That would have been Nightingale's job, but it'll take a whole day for them to get here. So we'll use Phoenix instead. Phoenix 7, gather up a construction team and finish by tonight. Can you do it? Of course, my men are well trained. The Mountain Dogs are different from a regular battle unit. They're a technical squad formed from specialists in different fields of espionage. They were covert operatives for sabotaging telephone stations like Okanogi just ordered. One's for wiretapping, intelligent gathering, information manipulation, establishing networks in public institutions, and many others in various specialized fields. They belong to the Self-Defense Force. Some are from fire departments, some are from police departments, and some are civil engineers. Of course, they have some experts in combat as well. Okanogi is one of those combat experts, and you didn't expect too much from the engineers. Well, they had all gone through the same basic training. What they were capable of was child's play compared to what an expert could do. Okanogi is the leader of a unit, made up mostly of members who can't even do 100 push-ups. Really, that was the only complaint he had. He'd rather have been put in charge of the Bloodhounds. But somehow, he became the leader of this strange unit, maybe because of his cautious yet courageous personality. Since combat was his expertise, Okanogi wished deeply for combat. During the kidnapping incident 5 years ago, the plan was for resisting criminals to leave the hostage behind on the scene and run after the police stormed in. He recalled the extremely frustrating memory of his combat with that plainclothes officer. That fat old man was acting so arrogantly, but he could have taken him within a matter of seconds. He could have just broken his neck. He could have turned him around, and snap. It would have been so easy for him. He remembered a young policeman too. He shot him in his shoulder, but he could have shot at his ear. He was told to go easy on them, so that was the best he could do. He thought of firing a second shot, but there just wasn't time, so the last shot he fired was that reluctant one. Okanogi couldn't believe that such a pathetic battle was his last combat job. Regardless, he had continued to train so that he was ready at any time. Now that the operation had begun, he was hoping there would be a battle for him to fight. He didn't even need to fire a shot. He didn't even need to punch anyone. All Okanogi wanted was a battle that satisfied his pride, nothing more. Yes. One moment, please. Commander, there's a phone call for you. I don't know if it's for the commander or the president, though. He's also the president of Okanogi Gardeners. Because of that, the members of the Mountain Dogs often call him that. Just a minute. I'll get my accent back. And what? Really? How about that, huh? Who is it anyway? It's a woman. She says her name is Nomura. She's asking for President Okanogi. And that's for the commander. I'll take it in my office. Please transfer it over. Rattle, rattle, crash. I heard a noise which sounded like many buckets crashing down. It's probably a noise from one of Satoko-chan's traps. According to her trap map, anyone going near the wiretapping shack will set off a trap that makes a loud noise. That must have been it just now. I scattered around the shack last night before the girls left. The shack is very secluded, and it's located in a blind spot where nobody's likely to go. So this noise meant something important. It means they've started their observation of Rika-chan. Okay, so we're back at Akasaka. I can't let them notice the girls aren't home. They'll definitely call and come by to confirm they're here. So I have to make sure they think the girls are sick in bed. They don't hear the phone or the doorbell. The curtains are closed so they can't see what's inside of the house. But to be certain, their beds are stuffed to make it look like they're sleeping. However, I have to be even more careful from now on. I can't let them notice that I'm staying here. For that matter, I have to make sure I can act when something happens. The phone rang suddenly, just as I expected, calling to see if anyone's home. Very aware that they didn't go to school, so they're probably assuming that they're home sick in bed. I'm sure they want proof of that. The phone rang for a long time, which convinced me that it was indeed a call from the Mountain Dogs. If there was no answer on the phone, then the next step would be to come by the house. They'll pretend to be a mailman or a neighbor and knock on the door. But I don't even need to answer it. If the girls are too sick to answer the phone, then they won't notice a knock on the door either. The increased hassle means a higher risk of discovery, but on the other hand, it also proves our enemy is closing in on us. It was actually better for me, since I could measure the severity of the situation. Besides, Irie is our ally, and he already knows Rika-chan is somewhere else. He's supposed to tell them that he came by because he heard Rika-chan and Satoko-chan miss school, and that the two of them were in bed and should be left alone for a while. He's supposed to say that. They won't doubt Irie. They'll believe him. Call this an advanced level of mutual deceit. They believe that they're deceiving Irie, but in reality, Irie is deceiving them. However, they're professionals and we're a bunch of amateurs. Well, not me at least. Actually, maybe I'm not an exception. I don't know what they've got until I come face to face with them. Our conditions aren't even. We're leading by a tiny bit because we made the first move. Once that's gone, we don't stand a chance. I promised Rika-chan that I trust her unconditionally. So, even without proof, I'm ready to fight. But I can't beat this conspiracy myself. And to gain help from the others, Tomatake has to find proof. Tomatake is in charge of our first attack. That means he's in the most danger too. It's understandable that Rika-chan kept warning him to be very careful. He should have started his investigation as early as last night. If that's the reason why they began observing Rika-chan, I can only pray for his safety and the success of the investigation. I heard a voice. Irie had arrived. Satoko-chan, Rika-chan, I'm here to give you an examination. I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and a quiet knock. I'm alone, don't worry. Have to keep it down. The house is already under observation. I let Irie in and closed the door quickly. How are you? It must be getting hot in here since you can't open the windows, huh? I brought something for you. He handed me a plastic bag. It contained ice cream, cans of juice, some snacks, and even beer. Ugh. This obviously isn't for Rika-chan. I feel he's being a little careless, but I'm grateful. So how is everything? I heard a noise from the wiretapping shack earlier, and the phone rang for a long time shortly afterwards. Sure, they found out the girls missed school today and called to check. Has anybody asked you to come check on Rika-chan? Yes. Takano told me to go check, since they missed school and haven't come by the clinic. I knew it. Do you think she's suspicious about their absence? No. I think it has something to do with Tomatake starting his investigation. Even if it doesn't, this may give him a chance to find out something. Either way, it's already begun, hasn't it? Yeah, more than likely. I don't know if our enemies are Takano and the Mountain Dogs, or somebody else. Either way, that somebody has started to take action. I can't help but think of the series of mysterious deaths. The first 2 years were just coincidences, starting with the third. I think Takano became intrigued and started expecting something to happen on the night of Watsunagashi. Watsunagashi is the day after tomorrow. Be the perfect opportunity for them to do something. She's aiming for Rika-chan of the 5th year running. This Takano is a frightening woman. What Rika-chan said about Takano-sen, I think it's all true. I just found out today, but she was adopted by Dr. Takano, the one who discovered Hinamizawa syndrome. Same pronunciation, huh? I see. To her, continuing to research the syndrome was like a promise she made to her beloved grandfather. But as the project will be terminated, it's almost like they're spitting on his grave. That's exactly what Rika-chan said, isn't it? Yes. Also, Takano said something else. She compared a dying patient in a coma to the project that's going to end in 3 years. She says that family members have the right to turn off the switch of the life support machine. If the project is being terminated anyway, Mio Takano considers herself a family member of the late Dr. Takano, should be the one to terminate it. Yes, I think that's what she meant. We're gathering the circumstantial evidence we need. Takano is in fact our enemy. Irie had been reluctant to accept it yesterday, but now he believes what Rika-chan said is true. We need Tomatake to find some proof. That shows Takano is planning something. Then we can call in a subjugation squad to arrest all those involved. Takano has the mountain dogs working for her. The squad can down even them? Yes, I don't know anything about them, but there's another unit called the Bloodhounds. They're a combat unit deployed in case of a true emergency. The mountain dogs are more of an intelligent unit for covert operations, so they'll likely be far outmatched. If this subjugation squad was organized to counter the off chance of rebellion by a secret research institute, then they must be quite powerful. So you're saying our conditions for victory are summoning these bloodhounds into Hinmizawa? That would be correct. However, my one concern is that the emergency manual contains passages authorizing the massacre of the village to preserve secrecy. I'm still worried that even if the bloodhounds are brought in, they'll destroy all evidence, including the village itself, which wouldn't be any different. No, they wouldn't. The enemy's intent is to trigger the execution of the emergency manual. That doesn't make sense. If this conspiracy is caused by faction infighting, then Irie Institute's clients will want to resolve the conflict quietly. They're sure to raid the enemies and settle everything while the villagers are still confused as to what's going on. I know this because I've done similar jobs myself. They'll pass through like a gale and complete their operation swiftly. A unit capable of pulling that off against the mountain dogs must be very powerful. We'll just have to wait until we hear from Tomatake-san. I have the suspicion that we probably already have met a member of the Bloodhounds, and that they may even have like a sprite. Frankly, I don't know. Just I have that suspicion. My thought is, if it is someone that I'm what's this guy? What's the guy? It's the guy that works for the Sonozakis, that kind of plays guard duty or whatever that plays bodyguard sometimes for Shion. Whose name I flat out can't remember. But he has an actual sprite. Anyway. Yes, this will be a battle of endurance. But once it lights up, it'll become a blitzkrieg. A blitzkrieg bop! This will be a hard battle with rapid shifts in pace. It's reassuring to us during the enemy's miss, but at the same time, you're in a very vulnerable position. Please don't let your guard down. The moment we decided to become Rika-chan's enemies, or Rika-chan's allies, we became their enemies. I understand. The phone at this house is of course being wiretapped, so Irie has to come over to communicate with me. That won't work in an emergency. A telephone is still better in that case. For those instances, I put together a memo for Irie. There's a method for communicating over a phone that's been bugged. Something I came up without of necessity once. What is this? A method for calling me in case of an emergency. Please make sure the enemy doesn't get a hold of it. If you're in danger, swallow it. The phone's being tapped, so how can we make a call? You pick up the phone. Even if you don't say anything, they might get suspicious. Can communicate even without me picking up the phone. There's a little trick to it. We can at least send across what's important. And you're the only one who can do it, since you'll be the first person who notices the enemy's movements. Alright. Then how do I do it? It's in the memo. Let me explain briefly. We'll use the ringtone. When you make a call, normally you won't let the phone ring over a minute. We'll use that to communicate. If the phone rings for a minute, then that means it's dangerous. Leave. If the phone rings for 1.5 minutes, that means it's an emergency. Head to the Sonozaki residence. The difference is in those 30 seconds. You can look at the memo for other messages you can send. Please memorize these two at least. My life depends on it. The message that lets me know my life is in danger is the shorter call. But if it's too short, I'll get it confused with regular phone calls. That's why to signal me, you're supposed to hang up the phone within 3 seconds first. Then place the emergency call. Okay, that makes sense. The reason why I use such a large difference of time is to make sure there's no misunderstanding. The tones the caller hears and the rings the receiver sends out are a little different. I don't want that little difference to change the message, which is why they had to be 30 seconds apart. A short ring first, and 1 minute means run. A minute and a half means to head where Rika-chan is. Okay, I got it. It's a little troublesome, I know, but this is just for emergencies. Please remember it. Yes, I understand. When danger strikes, I'll handle communications. Also, one more signal I want you to remember. It's not a very good code, but please don't forget it just the same. For this one, you don't need to do one short ring. You just need to let the phone ring for over 3 minutes. It's probably best to just place the call and leave it. What does that mean? Contact in danger. Further contact impossible. So that's... tell you that I'm in danger then. Yeah. Case of emergency. Call this house, leave the phone off the hook, and hide somewhere safe. Even so, it's very hard to anticipate when you yourself will be in danger. You lose your chance to call while you're thinking, I'm still fine or I'm probably fine. If you sense something odd, that's an emergency. Knowing the seriousness of the conspiracy, they won't hesitate to kill us. Please be very careful. I understand. I feel like that one's gonna get used. It definitely feels like a Chekhov's gun. Oh, as a brief thing, if you haven't maybe heard of what a Chekhov's gun is, it is basically... it's the principle that in a story, if you take the... if in scene 1... someone, during a conversation or whatever, someone makes a big, makes a point to describe the shotgun, the hunting shotgun placed over, displayed over the fireplace, that in scene 3, said shotgun must be used in the story. So, but if that happens, what are you going to do? It depends on the situation, but I'll probably leave this house. You're in danger, then Rika-chan is in danger too. I'll head to the Sonozaki residence and join Rika-chan. But this is only in the worst case scenario. I'm not sure if it'll actually happen, so don't be nervous. Relax, okay? But also be very careful, right? That's right. Irei nodded deeply. It's almost time. Something is about to happen. So that's it. Does anyone have any questions? I have plenty of questions. This could easily be one of those well-planned pranks. What I heard is just that extraordinary. But right now, it's a bad idea to ask questions out of curiosity. That would be a waste of time. Mian has already explained everything about the events surrounding Rika-chan. Well, I have a few things to ask myself as the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family, because all this has to do something with a series of mysterious deaths, but I won't go into that for now. All in all, it was a good idea to come to my house. You can survive a nuclear war here in our basement. There's electricity and a telephone there, too. Of course, we have plenty of food, too. If the mountain dogs really are that tough, then this house is the only place in the village that's safe from them. Sorry to have involved all of you in this. Rika-chan apologized from the bottom of her heart. Rika has been dealing with this strange disease called Hinamizawa syndrome, as well as all these suspicious Tokyo people, all by herself until today. She's been trying not to get us involved, and that's why she dealt with them all by herself. We can all imagine what she must have been feeling, so none of us can even think of anything to say. The silence went on for a while, but then Hanyu clapped Rika-chan on the back. Rika, you've been apologizing so much since yesterday. If you apologize one more time, you'll have to treat me with a cream puff every day. Ow, ow, ow. Besides, we all feel bad, don't we? Am I wrong, Keiichi? Hanyu suddenly addressed me. I could tell from her eyes she was expecting something from me. Right. My role is to act as the flint for the other club members. It's my job to burn strong and bright red to get everyone excited. What have I been doing just sitting around? That's right, Rika-chan. We'd never even thought all this could be true, so we were just shocked for the moment. But we're all thinking that things are getting interesting, right, guys? Satoko, this right here is the real deal. You've got some good traps lying in wait, don't ya? I know you've been hiding amazing ones for special occasions like these. This is a perfect chance to try them out, don't you think? Oh, you should be grateful for my presence. I don't know who they are, but it's all right to get serious, then I won't hesitate to launch the countless, miraculous traps I've refrained from using on our club members. That's right. Traps come with Michan's seal of approval. They can chase away even a real army. Well, Satoko aside, you're pretty merciless yourself, Reina. You're usually so easygoing, but I know your true power. Yeah, when you get serious, you might be the most powerful of us all. You sure are something. I don't even think I can defeat you. Oh, stop. Explosive impact is incredible too, Keiichi-kun. Your power can defeat a fate that I'd have no chance against. If Keiichi is a furious red flame, then Reina-san is a quiet blue one. Hey, that's a good one. The Burning Red Ranger, Keiichi Maibara. The Burning Blue Ranger, Reina Ryugu. This is our chance to show the world what we've got. We're a powerful team with a powerful leader. Right, Mion? We're already powerful individually. And when we get together, we're invincible. That's our club, right, guys? You know, I kept quiet thinking it might be imprudent, but actually I've been thinking. This is getting super interesting. I appreciate this, Rika-chan. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. How dare they think even of stepping into Hinamizawa without saying hello to us? I'll make sure to teach them some manners. It had only been 5 minutes since Rika-chan apologized to everyone and brought the mood down, yet our morale was already at its peak again. We're up against such an absurd conspiracy. But if we're together, I think we can defeat it. This is the best feeling ever. Hanyu was the one who started all of this. She's quite the promising newcomer. She knew exact whom among us to get motivated first. No, moreover, while even our senior members were hesitant about taking on such a huge opponent, somewhere in their hearts, she alone remained unflinching and raised our spirits. She's likely to grow even more formidable in the future. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for believing in me. Of course we believe you. I told you that already. If we didn't, we wouldn't be your friends. There's no need to thank us, Rika. Yeah, she's right. Listen to Hanyu. You've got great spirit. I like you. Ow, 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 ow. I rubbed Hanyu's head. She laughed as if I was tickling her. Okay, then, let's huddle. We have to get things organized. First, Rika-chan and Satoko are supposed to be absent from school because they're sick, but in reality, they're hiding here. This is just a preventative measure. Nobody would even guess they were hiding here, thanks to a certain Akasaka. How nice of him. And because of the promise he made 5 years ago. That's kinda cool. How I'm a little jealous. He isn't my type, but I'm a little jealous too. It's not like that though. He works for the public safety at the police headquarters in Tokyo, and he belongs to a secret unit, right? That sure sounds reliable. Being part of his secret unit makes it sound even better, too. Kasaka is very strong. He's definitely reliable. But Akasaka's role is more of a protective one in case of emergency. Tomitake has the more important job of finding out things about our enemy. He's our true attacker. Plus, he's the only one who can call in the bloodhounds to take out our enemies. In other words, Tomitake is our key to victory. It's a bit uncertain to think that so much is right in the hands of some dumb cameraman. Everyone teased her by saying they're going to tell Tomitake she called him that. It's not that I don't expect him to succeed, but I think we should just come up with another tactic, just in case. Hanyu, what else can we do other than count on Tomitake? No, Hanyu's right. Tomitake is a key factor from the enemy's point of view, too. If they find out he's investigating, they might even have him killed. This is enemy territory for him, too, after all. I think we should come up with something else instead of just depending on Tomitake. Very true. It's hard to score with just one trap. I usually set many traps to deal with many different possibilities. That's basic trap tactics, you know. That's true. There's no need to limit ourselves to just one angle of attack. We should look into other methods besides what Tomitake is doing. We don't know anything about Tokyo, do we? Well, if one of Tomitake's important jobs is to summon the bloodhounds, I'd like him to teach us how to call them. Then even if Tomitake is taken out by the enemy, we can still meet our victory conditions. Yeah, that sounds about right. Tomitake is really important. At the same time, he's our Achilles heel. Let's talk to him and make him tell us how to contact the bloodhounds. Problem is, he's holed up somewhere in the city, and there's no way for us to get a hold of him. I think that's a great idea, though. Next time we get a chance to talk to Tomitake, let's ask him. So that's the first plan. Is there anything else? Before we knew it, Hanyu was making sure we moved along with our proceedings. Reina noticed that too, giving a pleasant smile to the girl trying to be a part of our group. This one is just insurance in case something happens to Tomitake. Let's think of a different angle of attack. About something that would help this investigation. Oh, how intriguing. We'll launch some kind of trap. Grab them by the tail and thrust proof they can't talk their way out in their faces. What a perfect trap situation. If I'm the one they want, don't use me as a decoy. It's dangerous, but Takano and the others need me, so they'll definitely fall for it. It really is dangerous. That would prove Takano is after Rika-chan. Have them see her and make them chase her. That could lead to something very interesting. And that's where Satako's heels come in. Ow, ow, ow. Once they go up there, they'll be in big trouble. You said it. Boy, will that be a sight to see. This is gonna be great. That should be the final method we use, though. If we're barricaded in the hills, the situation will change quite a bit. Should be our last resort. She is right. The traps in the hills are great as a defensive measure. That's all they can do. They can't attack the enemy for us. The barricade on the hill is our last resort, huh? The very final resort, when the enemy attacks this location, and we have no other choice but to leave. By the way, we have an underground tunnel leading out that's connected to a well in the back. Wow, your house is amazing, Mion. Shit, this is really getting crazy. The enemy is a mystery organization. We have a secret operation, a secret base, and now a secret underground tunnel. Wow, this is just the sort of thing that gets a guy excited. Ow, ow. Not a guy, but I'm excited. Okay, now we have 2 ideas. Come up with more. Anyone think of anything else? Ow, 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 ow. Let's see. At least one more. The last one is a rather defensive tactic, too. Isn't there something more aggressive that's perfect for our club? You know, some way to hit them real good. An awesome blow that'll set back their conspiracy. You pull off something like that? Yeah, sure we can. Not as powerless as you think, Rika-chan. It's not like we don't have any cards to play. You're their ultimate objective, and you're with us. That's one crucial card on our side. And not just in the sense of using you as bait. That's true. It's a huge disadvantage for them that we have the Queen Carrier. I mean, what's their goal? Kill Rika-chan, trigger this emergency manual to eliminate the whole village? Use that chaos in their internal faction wars? Rat? Yeah, to them, Rika's like the fuse on a stick of dynamite. Want to set that dynamite off, cause chaos, use that to gain something for themselves. So if we keep it from exploding, we win. That's gonna be pretty tough. You're right. You have to continue defending her. But all they had to do was kill Rika-chan in any way. It's like a soccer game with a goal on only one side. To denounce this unfair game for what it is and call in the Bloodhounds is the point of the Tomatake operation, right? Isn't there a goal for us, though? Where we defeat their conspiracy? There must be something. Sometimes it works to think from the opposite point of view. Oh, ho ho ho. There is one. Mion started to grin in a weird way. Here she goes. The winds are blowing strong at our side, and she's getting into better than top form. Mion is pretty smart. She is great at analyzing situations. That's why, when Rika-chan first told her everything, she immediately decided that there was no way for us to win and became depressed. However, while Mion's easily crushed, she's also able to exhibit incredible power when the wind's on our side. We created that tailwind, and now our sail is receiving the push it needed. Let me confirm this one more time, Rika-chan. An emergency manual is designed to prevent all the villagers from going insane within 48 hours of your death, right? Yes, that's its purpose. Ow? Has never died before. So how do they know something like happened within 48 hours? She's right. That's really strange. Can they say for sure all the villagers will go crazy within 48 hours? Oh. According to Takano, something similar happened in another country. That's where they got the 48 hours from. I have no idea, though. Actually, Irate said he doesn't understand it either. Oh, could it be? I see. Oh, I know their weak point. I see it too. Yeah, that's right. This is their blind spot. Eh? What are you two talking about? I don't get it. I don't get it either. Make him think Rika has died? So that when that 48... Wait, no. That means they would carry out... Wait. Unless they prove she was... think she was dead for a long period of time. For like over 48 hours, and then they find out, you know... Because if nothing's happened after that, then they know that then they'd be like, oh, I guess it's not an issue. Hey, Rain and Rika-chan, don't you understand? Why don't we put the last person to figure it out through a punishment, huh? How about you, Hanyu? Haven't you figured it out yet? Yes, I have. That's why Rika's important to Takano. That's a hint for you, too. I mean, the other way would be as, like, if they could somehow get the mountain dogs infected. But I'm not sure how you would do that and be able to guarantee that that's what would happen. Here's a hint from me as well. The enemy's intention is to cause a disaster in Himizawa. They intend to do so by using this emergency manual. In other words, this manual is, in fact, the enemy's Achilles heel. Me... I don't get it. Oh. If you apologize for everything you've done to me, I'll tell you. No way. Stop that ow-owing. I want to concentrate. What? Haven't you figured it out yet, Reina? Listen, our attack depends on Tomitake, and that's our Achilles heel. On the other hand, the enemy's attack depends on the emergency manual. So if we destroy the foundation of the emergency manual... Nope. Oh, thank you very much for the host, Nando. I really appreciate that. We are doing Higurashi, but welcome on in. I am Virtually Cobalt. I'm a variety streamer to a number of different games. Currently, we are doing a visual novel, and we are doing the game Higurashi When They Cry. Yes. Which is a series we've been doing since October, actually. Not for the whole time, just volume then other, but yeah. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Cappy the Floof. I appreciate that. But what were you streaming previous? What were you doing? Yes. But of course, if anyone needs to go to the restroom or drink or snack or anything like that, you know, feel free to go do that for sure. Yes. Take a neck stretch while at the moment. But yes, once again, thank you so much for the host. I appreciate that. Nope, you're able to sit back. Streaming FNAF Security Breach and Farlight 84. Okay, I know the FNAF, the FNAF Security Breach. I'm not familiar with Farlight 84 though. But I hope you enjoyed it. Yes. I'm just happy my host mess alert actually did go off this time. It was fun. Okay, that's good to hear. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see. Right now in game, we're trying to foil a conspiracy and a scheme. If you want to do this series or whatever, so you don't get spoilers or whatever, then I totally understand, because we're doing Volume 8 of Higurashi When They Cry, but, you know. And hi, Foxglove. Thank you for coming by. Crap. I can't werb now. If someone does want to go and like look at this series their own or whatever, you know, you can either, if you just want to watch, you know, if you could find YouTube. Although I do actually have a YouTube, and I've been uploading all of these playthroughs since the beginning. Welcome, I enjoy supporting us. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's always... I appreciate the support for sure. Yes. And then... But, if you want to play the visual novel yourself, there is a... You can get the first chapter for free on Steam or GOG. So you can get a good taste of what the series is itself. If you want to like start off without any of course there is like an I've been playing, there is an 07th expansion mod or whatever for the PC version I've been using, which is the apparently, which is like semi-official, pretty much like update it to like some stuff. There's like another new sprites or whatever, as well as backgrounds and stuff like that. So, and some voice acting. Whereas, of course, I found that out during the last volume, and I was like, oh, we'll just finish it off with that. So, if someone wanted to go back and play it different, there is apparently you can get that mod, and apparently it's like in tune with the Switch copy, that a Switch release, I think. There you go. Let's see. Do you see? We just have to make the emergency manual lose its function. Oh, it's the meaning of the emergency manual. It's supposed to hide the existence of the syndrome by making it look like a disaster. Oh, okay. So if the thing wouldn't be to trick them to think that Rika's been dead for a long time, or have people find out about the syndrome, then okay. If they could manage that for that to get out to the wider public, then that would okay. That's what the enemy intends to do, at least. So you're saying we just have to stop them from executing the manual within 48 hours? But those 48 hours don't start until I get killed, so to outrun them for those 48 hours? Meep, meep. Hey, you two are already saying the answer. You good? Say the answer out loud. Everyone ready? Here we go. Rika-chan has to die for... Okay, yep. Rika-chan has to die 48 hours prior. We all said it in unison. Boy, we're good at this. We never mess it up. No, I got it. Got it too. And Rika-chan clapped their hands together. They finally figured it out. Why did it take so long for us to come up with this? Oh, thank you for that food check, but, obviously I believe it's make them think that Rika has been dead for 48 hours, and... she hides out, and they think it's failed or whatever, then, You finally got it. Should have come up with this on the first try. Speaking only in defensive terms, so I thought you might never think of this idea. Oh? Listen to you. I love you even more, Hanyu. In recognition of your achievements, I'll award you our club's Special Order Cross Medal later. Anyway, let's talk about the operation. Our goal is to execute the emergency manual. And in that goal is actually a huge weak point. The foundation of the manual is the notion that the villagers will go crazy within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death. In other words, if nothing happens in 48 hours after Rika-chan's death, then the foundation of this emergency manual collapses. That's it to say the least. Nobody really wants to do such a terrifying thing. But if they don't execute the manual, the villagers might go mad and spread to the surrounding communities. They're hesitant to execute it, but they want to keep the damage to a minimum. But what if they find Rika-chan's body 48 hours after her death? The major premise that the villagers will lose their mind within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death will collapse. Fortunately, Rika's hiding here, so it's possible for us to lie about her death. The last time Rika-chan was seen was yesterday at school. Be 48 hours after that and the early morning of the day after tomorrow. It'll be perfect if her body is found around that time. I see. It's possible to fake Rika-chan's death with that help with that Oishi-san. Indeed. I'll ask Oishi-san to send out an announcement that Rika's body has been found, that it has been at least 48 hours since her death. Oh, it might create some issues if he announces it publicly, so we can just let the Erie Institute know. Coach is on our side, so it should be possible to deceive them. That is... what an idea. If the emergency manual loses its credibility, such a horrible operation will never be approved. In other words, their weak points are the emergency manual and Rika-chan. Oishi hasn't agreed to help us yet, but I know he will. How? This will be such an amusing trap. I can just picture Takano running around in a panic. Takano believes Satoko and I are sick in bed with a cold. She hasn't actually seen us. She's just assuming it's true. As it turns out, we are somewhere else, and suddenly my body shows up, having been dead for over 48 hours. This is going to be super thrilling. The masterminds will have to accept the failure of the emergency manual and withdraw. That's when the hunters become the hunted. By that time, Tomitake will have found out something about the enemy. And he'll call on the Bloodhounds to defeat them. That's our goal. Alright. I can smell our victory from here. Man, how perfect is this? This is all gonna work out. I'm sure of it. We all encourage each other with a hip hip hooray. This is definitely getting really, really interesting. Still, what's key is that the claim of Rika-chan being dead for 48 hours is believable. For that, we'll need Oishi-san's help. And right as we thought about asking him, he arrived at the Sonozaki residence. Oishi-san knows that Rika-chan is hiding here. He also knows that some members of the Mountain Dog have infiltrated the police station. They've even wiretapped Rika-chan's home phone. So the safest way to contact her, he figured, is in person. I saw Dr. Hirie earlier. He told me to tell you that Akasaka is doing just fine. He's grown a lot in the past 5 years. He'll hold down the fort. Oishi-san loosened his tie while drinking his barley tea. I never thought he'd end up drinking a glass of barley tea at the home of his old enemy, the Sonozaki family. So Oishi, what do you think of our 48-hour operation? I think it's a pretty good idea. It'll shake them up quite a bit. If they're panicked, they'll make mistakes for sure. And that'll give Tomatake the chance to get a drop on him. Nah, it's a really great strategy. They say 2 heads are better than 1. With all your fantastic minds together, you've come up with a fantastic idea. Oishi laughed in admiration and assured us that the operation would definitely make an impact. However, he hesitated a little too. This is pretty sink or swim, you know. Whether we win or lose, I'll have to take responsibility. I'll do my best to pull out the splinters, but if I don't do a good job of it, I'll end up in pretty deep. I have to resign myself to that. In our 48-hour operation, Oishi-san ends up bearing most of the responsibility. And then the police are a strict organization. There's no guarantees they won't investigate. Oishi is planning to retire this year. He needs his pension in order to pay off his mortgage. He's at a very delicate point in his life. Well, this is a big deal for Rika-chan. It's a lot to ask of Oishi, too. He has to risk throwing away everything for our sakes. Shit, this operation is a great idea, believe me, but I just can't... Oishi, if it's too much, you don't have to accept the part. You don't want to win by using you as a sacrifice. Nobody knew what to say to him, but Hanyu broke the silence. She's full of energy owing to our club, but at times like this, she also has the power to heal the hearts of those who are hesitating and growing weak. It's like being enveloped in a mysterious embrace. If her appearance matched her level of maturity, Hanyu would probably look like a mother. Besides, members of the most powerful club in the world. If 48 operation can't work, you're sure to come up with another idea straight away. Right, Mion? Yeah, that's right. Oishi, you can say no, okay? You shouldn't have gotten all excited over this without even considering your situation. That's true. I'm sorry, Oishi-san. Rena whispered to me while watching them talk. Hanyu-chan is good at this. Could say no when a cute little girl says stuff like that to them. Eh? What? Do you mean, is that what Hanyu's trying to do? Meep. She's more sly than I am. As Oishi moaned and groaned, Hanyu looked over and grinned, wickedly at us. I take it back. This girl, she really is sly. Hanyu is more dangerous than I thought. Next time we do a club activity, I'll have to really watch out. Please, let me sleep on it. There's someone at the station I really trust, so I think I'll discuss it with him. Don't worry, he wouldn't rat me out. If I agree to this, I can't make any mistakes. So before I do, please let me think over the chance of success. Oishi never makes promises unless he's sure he can keep them. That's why he speaks cautiously, but considering his position, it was certainly a decision that required courage. Don't worry, Oishi. And if you lose your pension, Mion will take care of it. Won't you? Ow, ow, ow. Meep. He's going to help us. We have to do that for Oishi. Meep. What, huh? Well, you know, despite how I look, my family is pretty rich. We've got 2 sly foxes. Our club's going to be the epitome of a free-for-all in the future. The meeting ends with that. They sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky. We'll find out if we can go ahead with the 48-hour operation or not by tomorrow, depending on Oishi-san's answer. We haven't heard from Tomatake yet, but I'm sure he's starting his investigation on Takano. The coach and Akasaka have to wait patiently. He's surrounded by the enemy. They're both in very dangerous positions, so I'll just have to pray for their safety. And then there's Takano-san. Still having a hard time believing she's involved in such a vast conspiracy. If someone told me the whole thing was a lie, I might even believe them. Oh, you like my VTuber model? Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I like it very much. It actually has... Okay. It's been a bit. Let me show off some of the... Actually, I can show off some of the features. Hold on. So I can do this. Or... this. Or this. Hasty. I use one as well. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'm using VTube Studio as well. Oh, next stretch. Still having a hard time believing she's involved in such a vast conspiracy. Someone told me the whole thing was a lie. I might even believe them. That's why I want Tomatake to investigate. She's mysterious and a bit cold, but she can be fun to be around too. Also, I've always thought of her as one of the villagers. It hurts more than a little to suspect one of your own. I can understand what Tomatake is going through. This doesn't have to be an investigation to confirm her guilt. Instead, I want to prove that she's not guilty. It's too painful for people to doubt one another. Hello? Sorry for making me call me so often, First Lieutenant Tomatake. That's okay. Anyway, did you find out anything? A background investigation usually takes a few months. It can't be rushed within a day or two. But Tomatake sensed that something huge had started to make its move after what Rika and the others told him. And it was definitely getting closer. But once it was close enough to see, it would be too late. That was why he was checking on their progress so frequently. We're still investigating Major Takano as we speak. She took a position in the Alphabet Project. Her background was already investigated by a different department, so we've requested those documents to be handed over. The entire team is investigating what she's been doing since the time she joined the project. Please give us a little longer. I understand, but the situation is urgent, so please work as quickly as you can. Yes, of course. By the way, we got an emergency order to investigate the Erie Institute today, unrelated to your request. It's our top priority now. The Chief of Staff requested it. The Chief of Staff? And it isn't related to my request. Yeah, it's supposed to be a separate matter. From what I can see, I think this is a powerful boost from the top towards your investigation. The Chief of Staff is helping out. What does that mean? The thing I can assume is that the top members of the JGSDF have realized the danger of the conspiracy surrounding the Erie Institute. Like Rika-chan said, if this conspiracy's intent is to execute the emergency manual, the opposing camp will try to stop that from happening. My request for an investigation is the first step in putting a stop to their plans. So if the masterminds were influencing the Chief of Staff, he'd probably try to shut my investigation down. But he's supporting it instead, which probably means that the Chief of Staff isn't my enemy. In fact, he might belong to the opposing camp. No, it's hard to say if he belongs to them or not. He might just be under order from the ones pulling the strings for the opposing camp. If that's true, then the enemy has already noticed something, and it's possible they'll start exerting pressure soon enough. So, how much can I find out before that happens? I don't know much about the top brass. Still, for the Chief of Staff to get involved. Putting aside if Takano is guilty or not, I'm certain that something extremely big is starting to happen around the Erie Institute. Wait. Did Akasaka get in contact with someone? Although... Is it just independent, or did someone talk to someone? Like, from our... Curious. Making progress on investigating the Institute. We haven't analyzed the data yet, but some of the financial records are suspicious. We don't know if it's just a simple paperwork mistake, or if someone is actually trying to juggle funding, but I have an expert looking into it. What do you mean by suspicious? Well, as you know, there's an account for the funds supplied to the Erie Institute, but the numbers don't match up. It's possible that there's inflows or outflows of money that haven't been recorded. Besides that, there are questionable dates on some receipts. We're suspecting forgery. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. It was because of Akasaka's investigation earlier, before he got, like, directly involved in, like, trying to protect Reek or whatever. Because he was looking into, like, that, corruption scandal and mismanagement of public funds. The Erie Institute was on one of the documents he had. So it's coinciding with the, so it's having perfect timing on them looking up, which is mean it's okay. I think that's what's going on. Funds are usually supplied annually. For example, if a budget of 1 million is approved, 1 million is supplied in April. And the facility manages those funds so they can keep things running for 1 year. So, depending on how they use the money, it's possible to have some left over at the end of the year. If they only use 900,000 yen, they'll have 100,000 left. Then, for the following year, they'll be told that as they only needed 900,000 yen, 900,000 should be enough. Furthermore, there should be 100,000 yen left over, so they should only need 800,000 the following year. Therefore, they can only get 800,000 yen when April comes around, which is 200,000 yen less than the previous year. As some of you already noticed, the more leftover money you have, the fewer funds you receive the next year. Therefore, it's smart to use up your entire budget. But some people try to get by until the end of the year. And if there is 100,000 yen left, they try to make it look as though they've used up the money, even when it's, in fact, in a safe somewhere. They report that they've used exactly 1 million yen, and they get another 1 million for the following year. Yet there is still 100,000 yen sitting in a safe. This 100,000 yen is called a pooled fund or a slush fund. If they keep running with only 900,000 yen per year, then 100,000 will be added to the slush fund in the safe annually. And only a handful of people will know about that money. This is how public funds get embezzled, or turned into private money. As we previously mentioned, the Alphabet Project is using this exact trick, and certain masterminds are pulling in huge amounts of public funding. To avoid this kind of situation, there is an audit of accounts performed every year, an oversight to ensure no one's fattening their pockets or creating slush funds. By the way, it's been said that the reason why civil engineering projects tend to start up at the end of the year is so they won't have that 100,000 yen left, but that's not relevant right now. The point is that they work hard to get the funds they want. Well, that's an example of someone having money left over, which is certainly not bad. However, it can also be possible that there isn't enough money. After all, they're only granted 1 year's worth of funds, so they can't delve into a savings account like we do in our lives. That excess money just doesn't exist. Therefore, an estimate report should never show more expenditure than revenue. If that happens, that means there is some extra money other than what was supplied. That's how slush funds are discovered. Tomitake was told that it was still under investigation, but the Erie Institute's suspicious financial records could be either case. The former would be fine. It's quite common after all. But if it was the latter, there could be something quite nasty lying beneath the surface. In other words, it's quite possible that funding was coming into the Erie Institute from someone other than the formal sponsors. To be more exact, there was a chance someone was interfering with the Erie Institute by supplying funds. Tomitake was having his men look into the possibility of Takano and the Mountain Dogs rebelling against Tokyo. While it was certainly possible for Takano to do so, because of her personal investment in their research project, it was hard to believe that the Mountain Dog could betray their employers out of sympathy. For the dogs to take part in Takano's conspiracy, a huge amount of money would have to be involved. And the discrepancy that Tomatake's men had identified could be a sign of such. Hello? Sorry, I just received a report. You know Koizumi-sensei, don't you? The head of the old Koizumi faction? He passed away recently, which led to the faction breaking up. Do you know anything about a personal relationship between him and Major Takano? Yeah, I heard about that. Did you know that Koizumi-sensei and the late Dr. Takano had a personal relationship? Eh? No, I see. Now I know why Koizumi-sensei doted over Major Takano. This is very interesting. As a matter of fact, after Koizumi-sensei's death, his private accounts were liquidated. They found some withdrawals made by Koizumi-sensei himself instead of the attorney who took care of his finances. It happened about half a year before the Iries Institute establishment was approved by the Alphabet Project. Didn't Koizumi-sensei use the money to make necessary arrangements beforehand in order to establish the institute? No, his attorney took care of the money for that. So the withdrawal wasn't made for that purpose. Must have been a very personal expenditure, considering that he bypassed his trusted attorney. Oh yeah, because there was mention that he did like flat out give a whole bunch of money to Takano. So could that involve the relationship between Koizumi and Takano? Does that mean Koizumi supplied funds to Major Takano personally? Yeah, that's what we think. We're trying to corroborate that as we speak. We think Koizumi gave money to Major Takano for purposes other than the necessary arrangements for establishing the institute. So you're saying it's possible that Major Takano has a huge amount of cash at her disposal to help instigate a revolt. To establish the institute, Major Takano adjusted things with various organizations, but she did all that through legitimate means. So if she didn't use any of her personal supply for that, she should still have the whole amount at her disposal. I'm sorry, but what is the amount? 1 billion yen. That's basically like $10 million. Just for... I mean, that's a very rough... Hold on, let me get this... Okay, let's go with... So I mean, roughly, I'm not there to have... to do the exact, I'd have to... Okay, technically more like closer to 8 million, but I'm not... This game takes place in 83, so... Adjusted for inflation, it's probably for quite a bit, so... What? I'm very close to Takano, but I had no idea she was so rich. Actually, she's rather tight with her money. She never acted as she had 1 billion yen just sitting around. But then, that money isn't just money to her. It's a form of support from her dear grandfather's friend. So she'd have to save it for when she needed it the most. If the new board of directors had even a little interest in her research, she would have used the money on them, but they simply laughed at her. So Takano gave up on bribing them. Instead, she decided to use it now, because her research project was going to be terminated anyway. With 1 billion yen, it might be possible to bribe the mountain dogs. If she has sponsors, it'll be even easier. Her grandfather couldn't complete his life's work, but she's planning a magnificent conclusion for it. Shit. Those can't be her true intentions. Someone has to be deceiving her. Takano-san. Sorry. Sorry I didn't notice your sorrow even though I've been right beside you. Wait, okay, so I have no idea how many chapters there are left now in this game. Darn it! Hold on, hold on. I think there might be 2. Okay, let me see. No, there are... No, wait. Maybe there's 11? There might be 11. Honestly, not sure. Either way, we're continuing. The preparation for tomorrow's festival is moving right along at Furude Shrine. Vans and pickup trucks are bringing in tents and equipment, and the village youth group and some middle-aged men are unloading them. I heard Rika-chan is really sick. I hope she's okay. She didn't go to school again today. I hope she gets better soon. Dr. Ire, how is Rika-chan doing? Well, she had a bad cold, but she's starting to get better. She still needs to take it easy, though. I just went to see them, and told them to stay in bed. I see. Satoko-chan is sick too, huh? Them staying home and sick together. I'm sure they can't help but play around. Considering they got sick at the same time, Rika and Satoko are really close, huh? Kimiyoshi-san. Iri just told us that Rika and Satoko are starting to get better. Oh, I see. That's good. Oh, wait, about tomorrow's performance. Don't think she'll be able to do it, do you? She says she's going to anyway. If you asked her, I'm sure she'd be more than happy to oblige. But as a doctor, even if she didn't have a fever today, I'd rather not let her do it. That's no good. Ryo-san, Rika-chan is getting better, but she still has to stay in bed. Well then, we can't force her and then see her collapse during the ceremony. People will say it's the curse of Oyashiro. The villagers are really worried. They say there might be a curse again this year. Besides, it's Satoko Hajo and Rika-chan, you know? Some people are imagining some really horrible things. Nitwits. Rika-chan is the reincarnation of Oyashiro. If she was cursed, the whole village would perish. Don't even suggest things like that. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Dr. Iri, can I go see them? Please let them rest for a while. They're recovering and they're at an age where they'll want to play. So visiting them would be too stimulating, and they're sure to get out of bed. I see. I guess I shouldn't, eh? Doctor, please take care of them, alright? Not just Rika, but Satoko-chan too. Really? Surprising. Oisan always acts as if she didn't even see Satoko-chan. She just asked me to take care of Satoko-chan too. Sure, absolutely. I'll make both Rika and Satoko better. You can count on me. If something happens, people will say it's the curse of Oyashiro. Dr. Irie, don't you think it's foolish to talk about things like curses when we're in the 1980s? When people have gone to the moon? Yes, I do. The damn conflict, we use stories like that for our own needs. Damn conflict is over now. As long as we keep talking about the curse, the damn conflict will never end. Are you saying that if Satoko-chan dies, people will say it's the curse of the damn conflict? The damn conflict is over. Village kid gets a cold. It's the elder's job to worry about her, that's all. I already know what Oryo-san wants to say. I want her to actually say it, but if I made her, she might get angry. This is more than enough. When she talks about the damn conflict, she doesn't just mean the war they waged against the construction itself. She's also including how the Haojo family was ostracized after it was over. She's saying the damn conflict is over, including everything that happened as a result of it. And that's why she told me to take care of Satoko. I'm sure Satoko will appreciate your concern. Like that little rascal to ever understand an old person's feelings. They all left laughing. I wasn't the only one watching her leave. Kimiyoshi and some other elders did the same. They all understand what Oryo wanted to say. The damn conflict is over now. Satoko is a healthy girl. She's down with the fever. It must be a terrible cold, Dr. Irie. Please take care of them. We aren't allowed to visit them. Please let both of them know how worried we all are. Sure. They'll be happy to hear that. I vowed to myself, Takano was more than likely planning something for tomorrow, taking advantage of people's belief in the curse. I can't let that happen. The curse of Oyashiro will end before it can happen for a 5th time. I'm sure of that. Oishi couldn't accomplish the 48-hour operation alone. He would need help from someone else. Oishi called up both Kumagai and the old man from forensics and told them everything. I know I'm repeating myself, but this is a dangerous bridge we're crossing here. If I get a simple warning, that's okay, but if I get reprimanded, they'll probably take away my pension. Hey Oishi, I hear you always gather your colleagues at the mahjong parlor next door and threaten them every time you have a dangerous mission. It's the same old thing, right? Yes, Oishi-san. Why don't you say if you don't want to lose your pension, leave while I count to 10 with more oomph in your voice, like you usually do. Unless you say it that way, it just doesn't sound right. Well, this is seriously dangerous, Kumagai. Or Kuma-chan. Are you really prepared to lose your pension? Why don't you count to 10 then? Fine, I'll count. If you don't want to lose your retirement money, leave before I count to 10. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I got it, Koopa-chan. You're serious. Still, are you sure you're okay with it? Yeah, really psyched up from what I heard from Akasaka the other day. I became a policeman because I believed in justice. Someday I want to be able to talk about the things I've been through like Akasaka-san does. Dangerous mission? That sounds fantastic. Besides, your ideas have never failed before. So you think this operation will succeed, then I'm all for it. Haha, how nice it is to be young. You know, Akasaka's become quite the inspiration for him. Keeps talking about how he wants to be involved in secret investigations now. Well, it's nice to be young, I guess. What about you? I'm in. Actually, unless I help you, this operation will succeed. I've been neglecting my health all these years. Frankly, I don't think I have much longer to live. As a man, I want to do something grand before I die. My. You two sure are fearless. And that's why you declare Riichi even with 3 flip Dora. What are you saying, Oishi-san? As a man, I can't refuse. If you're going to cut something, cut it right in the middle. That's what you always say. He's not wrong. I get it. Your next end up on the line, I'll be responsible. I'll have to make some preparations first. You want to start this early tomorrow morning, right? I have to check with both forensics and the autopsy department. Oishi, this is all over. You have to treat me to something big, okay? Of course, look forward to it. Please, make sure to be careful who you talk to, alright? They told me there's some spies at the police station about. Don't worry, I know who I can trust. Count on me for that, at least. Alright, I'm fired up. My detective spirit is burning bright. It had taken Oishi all night to come to a decision, but those two had decided immediately. He couldn't help but question himself. Okay, I have some errands to run, so I'm going to get going. Kuma-chan, could you please take the old man home? Thank you for coming here on your day off. Nah, don't worry about that. It's been a while since something got my blood boiling. With all the years of my life, this is the first big stage to really test my manhood. Not afraid I'm going to enjoy this. Thank you very much, old man. Kuma-chan, too. Oishi thanked them after seeing them off, although they couldn't hear. Oishi stopped by a flower shop. He bought a bouquet of balloon flowers. Usually the purple ones are the most popular. I know Oishi was fond of that color too, but today he didn't buy purple flowers, but got unusual white balloon flowers instead. The bouquet in hand, he headed to the cemetery across from the flower shop. The date was June 18th. The real anniversary would be tomorrow, but as Oishi had to work on Watadagashi every year, he usually commemorated it on the previous day instead. It was the day before the anniversary of the death of the old man. The one Oishi considered a best friend, a brother, and father. Every year, I promise you that I'll find your right arm, but I still hadn't had any luck yet. She spoke to the grave, lay the bouquet of white balloon flowers down on top of it. But I finally got the chance to get close to the truth. You know, it's kind of funny. As it turns out, the Sonosaki family has nothing to do with it. I kept promising you after a year I'd bring Oreo here and have her grovel an apology, but I was so wrong this whole time. I don't know what to say. You'd probably smack me if you were here. I thought I knew the winning tiles, and after countless safe discards, I got slammed with a bad hit. If I had made that assumption and focused on filling my hand, then I might have been able to get a big one. I haven't made any progress at all. It's the same with Mahjong. I'm a fool for getting ideas into my head and then not doubting them even a bit. I wish he already had a vague idea. The way Iri had phrased it, he could already guess. There was no dark secret behind the old man's dismemberment murder. The events that followed were separate incidents. The particular murder was an individual incident, and it had nothing to do with anything else. Since the main culprit was the only one who wasn't caught, Oishi needed someone to blame. The mysterious Sonosaki family was the perfect target. The drama of revenge that Oishi believed in never existed. I'm thinking of doing something really dangerous. Considering the risk, there isn't much in terms of reward. If anything, I might find out the truth, but I feel like I can finally forgive myself. Oishi bowed deeply to the grave. And then he heard footsteps behind him. It had to be someone else who knew the old man. That person can't come on the day of the Watanagashi every year either, so they come on the day before, just like Oishi does. They always bring blue hydrangeas. Purple balloon flowers and those blue flowers don't go well together. That's the reason why Oishi always picks white ones. Usually the hydrangeas are already there by the time he arrives, but as Oishi had a secret meeting with Kumagai early in the morning, Came straight to the graveyard afterward and arrived before this person did. Visiting a grave isn't a race. It's a spiritual matter. Oishi was curious about the other person who brings flowers every year, so he looked up. Sonozaki is it? Yep. Well, you visit someone's grave too? Oishi stated the obvious. From one glance, he could guess everything. Upon seeing the hydrangeas in her arms, it all made sense. Aren't you supposed to be working? What are you doing here? Kane Sonozaki laughed as she handed a bouquet of hydrangeas to her daughter, Shion. Shion, not knowing what to do, was caught between her mother and Oishi. How long are you going to stand there? Come on, move over. Oishi moved as told and spoke. So you're the one leaving hydrangeas every year. Aren't they beautiful? They're from my backyard. Hydrangeas are beautiful in June. Your balloon flowers are fairly unusual. White ones, huh? They're nice. Mr. Oishi, excuse me. Can I put the flowers down? Shion knelt down in front of the grave and got the flowers ready. She put the hydrangeas in the vase alongside the balloon flowers. The flowers, beautiful in the vase together, reminded their onlookers that summer was about to start. What a coincidence. They match very well. Makes a nice contrast with the white and the blue. I saw blue hydrangeas every year I came. I thought blue flowers would go well with purple ones. I see. We should get along just fine, huh? Yeah, I guess. What's the matter? Anything unusual on the x-rays? Being unusually quiet today, and that's disturbing. Oh, you think that might be it? Since you've been good to us, I'll bring some hydrangeas to your grave too, don't worry. By the way, you still owe us at one of our shops, don't you? Bring a bill late. Bring a bill too. Well, you two never run out of things to say, do you? Well, I don't plan on leaving this world quite yet. Don't be long until my retirement, but I'm still going strong. That's good then, citizen of Okonomiya. Glad to hear such reliable words. Their conversation should have been coded in social courtesies, yet something felt a little off about it. Tell me one thing. The Guardians and the old man, the site manager, they didn't get along, did they? So I bring flowers for him. No, we didn't get along at all. We were mighty enemies. Right, Shion? Yeah, that old geezer was a bastard that pissed me off. I bit him, I elbowed his stomach, and I even scratched up his ear with a 10-yen coin. Shion, the statute of limitations isn't up yet. Shion stuck out her tongue and hid behind her mother in embarrassment. So if you hated him that much, then why do you come here? Damn conflict is over. Although he's our enemy, we did many unpleasant things to him too. What? You don't get it? The war is over now. Even in a rugby game, once a game is over, no one is on opposing sides. Nothing more than that. Kane said it as though it was a normal thing, but Oishi just couldn't understand. First of all, they hated each other. They hated each other, they spat at each other. How could they even feel like bringing flowers to his gravesite? However, Akane said that it was normal. Their moral standards weren't even matching up. Actually, you're the one I can't understand. Think the damn conflict is in it, yet in your head it's still going, isn't it? Oh no, it's over for me. I can't even imagine hearing all that noise anymore. You gotta be kidding me. Then what's wrong with the Sonozaki family visiting his gravesite? Come on, move over. I brought something for him too. Kane took out a small package from her bag and put it down in front of the grave. I see that package every year. What's in it? This is ohagi, specially made by the Virago. Drinkers usually don't like sweets, so she made them without sugar. Are you saying that Horyo-san made ohagi for the site manager's anniversary? She does it every year. You did just say that you see it every time you come here, didn't you? Oishi was stunned. Horyo was the biggest hardliner in the Onagafuchi Guardians, no question about that. Oishi had believed for a long time that she was the mastermind behind the old man's murder. Because of that, he just couldn't believe that she had been making ohagi every year for his anniversary. Don't give me that look. Let's not do this anymore, okay? Do what? Pretend that the Sonosaki family shouldn't visit the site manager's grave. Been long now until it's 1990. But then even the Emperor might be dead. Much longer are you planning to drag out this war which has already ended? Please, I don't even want to think about the damn conflict. There's nothing better than peace. The government was at fault. They should think about what they've done. We were at fault too. That's why we have regrets. When things are done, that's it. There's no point dragging them out. We need to wrap up the era of our forefathers, and young people need to create a new one. What happened was very unfortunate, and I regret that the old man had to die. Still alive, we could have shared a toast together and made up. But he's dead, so we can't reconcile. I think that's sad. Oh, that's what happened when someone dies. But you're still alive. That's right, I am. So are you. Maybe a day will come when we can get along, huh? Well, I don't know about that. Shion, why don't you give this to the priest, then wait in the car, okay? Sure. Kane took out an envelope from her pocket and gave it to Shion. Shion took the envelope, bowed to Oishi, and then ran off. During the damn conflict, thought she was such a feisty little girl. Sure has grown up. How long do you think it's been since then? She's hit puberty, and we even went bra shopping together. She isn't a little girl anymore. That's how long it's been. Yeah. Many years have passed. Time is dense for young people, but diluted for old folks. The old ones are the ones who don't change. Young people keep growing, and therefore, before we know it, they pass us by. And we simply withdraw ourselves and watch over them. See how it works? I guess. I can't believe I'm getting a talking to from the Dark Princess of Shishibone, Akane Sonozaki. Hey, I can't believe you still remember that name. Well, I'm a lady of Shishibone nowadays, you know. I'd appreciate if you kept that name to yourself. Yeah, I guess since the damn conflict is over now, huh? That's right, it's all over. Two of them watched Shion and the priest exchange words in front of the main temple building. Both were silent, but the air between them was comforting. There was no breeze, and a cabbage-white butterfly flitted around them. Supposed to be at work. How about around? For some fresh cold sake? Maybe not today. I have to drive, and so do you, right? It's too bad. Or next time, eh? Yeah, next time. Something had been sitting inside Oishi for a long time had started to dissipate. Something that had coagulated was melting away. I better get going. Your daughter is waiting too, right? Yes, she is. Gone through a lot. Let's forget about it all. How about that? I'll have a party one of these days. We will. Kinda turned around with a big smile on her face, but all of a sudden it changed into an impish grin. Hey, Officer Oishi. So we made up just now. I got a traffic ticket yesterday, and I was so mad that I ripped it in half. Do you think you can do something about that? Just go to the nearest police station for that. Maybe I can give you a priority spot in the waiting line. What are friends even for, huh? Their laughter echoed under the blue sky. Oh, that was nice. Thank you for waiting, Nomura-san. No worry. At the moment, I'm talking to a woman over the phone. So how's everything going? Going well. The festival is tomorrow. I see. That's good. First Lieutenant Tomatake will get into an accident tomorrow night. H173, the medicine which was supposed to be destroyed, will be administered to him. And no matter what happens, it'll be a very pitiful end. An interesting opening. We've already finished our forgery of the proceedings. It'll show that Lieutenant Colonel Irie was trying to sell your research to a foreign country so that he can continue it. Tomatake's murder is a part of that. Yeah. Be the first step for the board of directors to become suspicious of the Yuri Institute. Taking care of that all, so don't worry. Also, regarding that, what should we do if it happens? If what happens? I mean, First Lieutenant Tomitake agrees to join us. He isn't included in the takeover operation, is he? Oh no, because he's an auditor for the board. Becomes our ally, that might be beneficial to us. According to our analysis, if he changes his allegiance, there won't be much for us to gain. Why add another unnecessary worry to the operation? You're right, sorry about that. Thought we might be able to use him for something, which is why I suggested it. We'll go with the original plan then. I think that would be better. Get in touch with you again. Goodbye. For a while I kept holding the telephone receiver lost in thought. Then I put it down. Dialed a number that I had become very familiar with. Hello? Economy Hotel Okinomiya. How may I assist you? Hello. Could you connect me to room 406, the one belonging to Tomitake? Please tell him Takano is calling. Sure, I'll connect you. One moment, please. The telephone operator put me on hold, leaving me behind only electronic music. I waited for about a minute, and the operator come back on again. I'm sorry, the guest room in room 406 is not in his room right now. Would you like to leave a message? That's okay, I already left a few of them. Ah, do you know when he left the hotel? Do you know when he'll be back? Oh, I'm sorry, I can't answer that. See, I'll call again. I put down the phone before the operator finished speaking. This is the third time I've tried calling him. I left a message telling him to call me back, but he hasn't. Why? Is he out taking photographs by himself? Or is he waiting for me behind the shrine where we usually meet? You would think I would actually come all the way here expecting him to be waiting for me. I'm even surprised myself. We're in the middle of setting up tomorrow's festival. Tents are being put up for food stalls and preparations for various events are taking place. It's almost too noisy for me, what with the people shouting as they work, plus the noise from the batteries for the stalls. Soon I reached the back of the shrine before realizing it. It's probably the best view in the whole village. This is where Jiro-san and I usually meet. Just maybe he's waiting for me here. Of course, that's just wishful thinking. God will never grant my wishes. Only as a bit of fun by testing me. I look down at the village below, letting the breeze blow through my hair. He usually follows me around while he stays in Hinamizawa. Recently asked if I want to go out to eat for a walk or take some photographs with him. But he hasn't done any of that this visit. His behavior towards me hasn't changed. Maybe it's because he heard about the horrible impression I left with the new board of directors. He thinks I'm a mad scientist because of that incident. I can feel that he's gradually losing interest in me. But I had my own complaints too. When I don't want him around, he's so persistent. When I need him to listen to me, I can't get a hold of him. But if I did get through to him, what would I even talk about? What could I talk to him about? Right after talking to someone about the plan to assassinate him. I should even answer my call. I'm simply running wildly, and when I reach the point of no return, I'll want to be forgiven. And I want him to do that for me. Just because he always does whatever I want him to, and he shows up whenever I need him. Forgive someone like me, someone who has nowhere to go but hell. Would he forgive me, out of sympathy? No way. Well, he'll be surprised, he'll do his job and arrest me. I'm a member of the SDF after all. So what I'm doing is committing treason. Huh. Thinking about him a lot for the past few days. Just now I realize something. He's not attractive at all as a man. He has no sense of humor or good taste. He has nothing, absolutely nothing. Well, he has a belly, but there's nothing appealing about him. He doesn't care about my schedule. He's persistent, and when I treat him nicely because I'm in a good mood, he becomes even more persistent. There really is absolutely nothing good about him. Despite his age, he tells me things like how the last time he held a woman's hand was when he did folk dancing at some summer camp. Furthermore, he says those things to make me laugh. He's hopeless. More than anything, I can't stand when he completely ignores my feelings. I want to be alone sometimes. I don't want to do anything sometimes. Yet he drags me out, completely ignoring how I feel. That's why even when I'm exhausted or I don't feel like doing anything, I end up going with him, which makes me laugh. I thought that just wore me out, yet I want him to drag me around. I'll probably never feel this way again, and yet he's not here. Do I really believe I don't want to spend time with him? Maybe I've just grown used to this abundant affection. When he took me out on a day I didn't want to do anything, I was in a bad mood at first, but after a while I started to feel better and found myself having a lot of fun. If he was with me now, would he take me out to photograph birds like always? And would he happily explain it all with his know-how, even though I didn't ask? That'd be very boring and troublesome. That's what I honestly want right now. Do I see my grandpa in him? I loved my grandpa. Gave me purpose to live. I needed him. I loved Uncle Koizumi. He helped me with my dream. I needed him. Both of them died. I just sought their aspects in him. Am I starving for a protector? I'm so traumatized by my parents' accident that I need to have someone nearby to watch over me all the time. Maybe I'm still immature. My inner child is throwing a fit because she can't put together a toy, saying that if it's going to be broken anyway, she's going to break it herself. Don't be just my problem. Bring about the huge, irreversible tragedy. That's the only way to prove the truth of my grandfather's work. That belief allowed me to prepare up to this point. Just a few days, the top members of the government will be scrutinizing my grandfather's article. Terrified by the worst-case scenario he predicted, they regret canceling our research and neglecting countermeasures as they pass their final resolution. That's when my grandfather's article will become truth, his works uplifted, and his name carved into the pages of history. And then he'll become a god, eternal existence, that revealed the god worshipped as Oishiro to be the Hinamizawa syndrome, casting them down to earth. Going to complete the 5th curse of Oishiro of Shiro's death, as well as my own. I'll become the one who curses, not the one who is cursed. I'll be in the position to test instead of being tested. I will ascend to godhood, going to make the curse a reality, going to kick the god of this place off our throne. Then grandfather and I will be together forever. Gods don't get tested. Fate doesn't test gods. No grief will separate us. With my grandpa forever. After that, we're going to work on our research together in that study, filled with the smell of formalin. A scent from the happier days. Grandpa's at his desk writing down something. I'm in a good mood lying on my stomach in the carpet right behind him while flapping my legs and humming a tune. I'll help him with this research by organizing his books as if I were playing with blocks. For during those times is my only wish. Of course, if I could go back that far, I'd want my parents to be alive too. I could play with my grandpa's books, listening to my mother cooking in the kitchen and my father flipping through his newspaper. That would complete my happy world. Be my ideal childhood. But that world doesn't have a door to the outside world. So I can't go over to my friend's house. Because if I did go to my friend's house, there wouldn't be anybody there when I returned. Nobody. Nobody, because they all died in a train accident. So I don't want an outside world. I want to stay in my house with my parents and my grandfather. I am a doctor, after all. I can analyze myself. I know that what I'm wishing for is proof of my immaturity. But if I know that much, then why do I still long for a parental figure in Jiro-san? As I plan an operation which includes his death, I'm still trying to hang on to him. If I'm going to betray people so I can become a god, then I should remain a villain until my final moments. If I'd rather be a lonely little girl, then I should remain modest and humble until my final moments. Either way, if it is my way of life, nobody can criticize me for it. Because if I believe it is right, all I can do is go on without listening to such criticism. But I still can't decide. If I want somebody to criticize me, nobody has ever criticized my way of life. That's why I want to hear someone do it. I want someone to tell me my way of life is wrong. I want Jiro-san to tell me I've done such a stupid thing that I want him to slap me. Such masochistic desires. Speak a great deal as to how I'm rejecting my present self. Am I really still longing for a parent? Too old to call myself immature. Even if I do, nobody else will. No matter how mature I am inside, people will treat me as a grown person. Say I possess an adult's responsibility and proper judgment, that they've brought me this far already. Then I'll be judged before the devil. I still plead not to judge my immature self as a grown-up. Am I going to act that pathetically, even in front of the devil? I'm already going to hell, yet I can't completely become a devil. I hate the idea of hell, yet I refuse to try and repent. My mind can only float in a lake of blood, drifting as I drowned. If only Jiro-san was here, my mind would clear up as I played along with his insensitive chatter. Why isn't he around when I need him the most? It's the last chance I'll have to spend with him. I hate how immature I become, becoming so insecure just because he isn't around. I found myself before the offertory box. I came here when the area clinic's construction had ended, and the research at the Yuri Institute was about to begin. Bravely, I challenged the god of this place, full of hope and ambition. After going through many hardships, I finally came this far. I've been vowed I would become a god. I did so in front of the god of this place. I can vaguely recall my grandfather telling me a story similar to that. That's right, it was the story of the Tower of Babel. There's only one language in this world. All people lived in one place with one will. Display of their authority, they started to build a tower that would reach heaven. God got angry because these people had forgotten how to show respect to him. Believed all of man gathered to commit such an affront because they all shared one language and one will. So their communion was shattered, people thrown in disorder. They were given many different languages so they wouldn't be able to communicate with each other. And as they couldn't communicate with each other, many left. The tower which challenged heaven fell to ruin. Something like that, anyway. Not sure what the lesson is. This is what my grandfather explained to me. Building a tower that reaches up to heaven is the greatest challenge for humans, but it's also a challenge to God. Which God was truly sinful, but as humans we couldn't help but test that untrodden peak. It's not easy to build a tower that's high enough to reach heaven. While they're building the tower, the people will fall into disharmony and lose the mutual understanding they once started with, their united wills thrown into disarray. This applies not to just a group of people, but can be said about one person as well. No matter how solid their will, the closer they come to heaven, the more limits God imposes on man. So even iron wills are sure to waver at some point. It's just too arrogant for humans to think that they can always carry out their original intentions. That must have been what my grandfather was thinking deep down. Sure, he lost hope many times since nobody ever recognized the value of his research. Yet he believed in himself, and he believed that someday his work would be appreciated. Maybe that was his wish, rather than reaching heaven. Grandfather realized he wouldn't be able to complete his research, if he was trying to find where he could compromise. Humans can't build a tower that reaches heaven. The story of the Tower of Babel is still around. It didn't reach heaven, but we still tell the story of the tower that challenged God. According to the story, the tower is left behind with nobody to work on it. The incomplete tower stayed in that place for a long time, never reaching its goal. If someone were to see it, they would realize how great it was that someone accepted that challenge and praised their name. I took over the tower from my grandfather and tried to reach heaven, but I ended up succumbing to the same fate. It's going to be destroyed anyway. I'll try to destroy it myself. What am I doing? Anyway, I tried to continue grandfather's research. His work on Hidemizawa syndrome would have remained forever. But even if it was an empty tower that nobody ever visited, if somebody did come by, they would praise whoever attempted that challenge. They would have praised my grandfather. But I took over his work, and I built the tower even closer to heaven, which made God angry. The tower is now going to be destroyed. The tower will become a pile of rubble. The Area Institute is shut down, all of its records will be destroyed. My grandfather's wish for his work to be appreciated by someone will never be granted. I tried to make my grandfather an eternal existence, yet I ended up making that an impossibility. How can I call myself Mio Takano? Inheriting the 1, 2, 3 from my grandfather and continuing the count to 3, 4. I reduced it all to 0. If it wasn't for me, my grandfather's work would have remained an empty tower. Stayed in this world forever. But I ruined it. I did that. I can feel myself sweating It's what reminds me that I've done something inexorable. When did I make a mistake? Where did I go wrong? Was it when I came here? It was before that. Sort of walked down the wrong path long before that. If I put myself in my grandfather's spot, I know. My grandfather was working on a great challenge. He built a mighty tower, supposed to continue to stand there and wait for someone to appreciate it. And grandfather definitely said he wanted his work to be valued by someone even after his death. But I misunderstood. Somewhere along the way, I made a wrong turn. I misinterpreted grandfather's wish and I ruined it. I ruined everything. I tried to make him an eternal existence, yet I destroyed him. Grandfather built an eternal tower, yet I raised it. Or did I make a mistake? What went wrong? It's obvious. Grandfather counted to 3. With that, it was complete. Simply tried to do more with addition and everything collapsed, and now all of it is ruined. I shouldn't have tried to count to 4. Shouldn't have done anything. Besides, grandfather didn't even ask me to continue his research. The girl should play in his dark study. Go outside and play with your friends. Remember my grandfather telling me things like that. But I refused and I stayed in the study so I could help him. And eventually he stopped telling me to play outside. Just enjoyed having my company while he worked. When we first met, he used to say things like that. Then what? Thing with Grandpa was the first mistake I made? Then what? When I escaped the orphanage, I shouldn't have called Grandpa? Shouldn't have found a 10-yen coin? Shouldn't have asked Grandpa to help me? Now I remember. I know where I belong. Bang, bang. The noise of something metal striking something else is getting closer. It's getting closer and closer. I'm not allowed to fall asleep. I wasn't asleep, I just had my eyes closed, that's all. Sorry. Damn you. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I'm sorry. Come on, damn it. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. Don't kick. Afraid of the metal sound. Please don't kick it. I'm not being kicked. The noise is kicking me. So please don't kick the metal fence, please. My body is getting cracked. The dirty, itchy, and painful things soaked into those cracks and the filth and prickling feel horrible. Soaking into my chest, gathering together. Just by try to resist so that it won't touch my heart. The dirtiness and itching draw together more and more. My whole chest is soaked and soon my face will be swallowed. Even drowning in this dirtiness and itching. Try desperately to hold my breath so that at least my heart won't be soaked with it. Damn it. Bang, bang. I can't hold my breath any longer. I drown in an ocean of muck. Yet as I'm taking on the muck, my heart desperately struggles not to be tainted by it, to rise above it until my heart too sinks in the sea of grime. Creatures that have lived on land will grasp and suffer the pain of drowning as they long to return to land. Creatures that have always lived in the ocean never drown. Grandpa won't come help me. That is the best thing for me and him both. See, when I stop struggling, there's no more noise. I don't have to hear that scary metal noise. Is it a roar or a yell? I need to borrow strength to scream in order to come back to the present world. My body is all sweaty, feels dirty, itchy, and painful. Reminds me of that day. I feel welts coming on as the sweat crawls down my skin. No, it's just a delusion. Can't be itchy, because all that is long over. I take a bath every day. I scrub my body until it turns raw and red. So not even the slightest drop of that horrible filth could possibly remain. I can't help it. I remember the filth. I can only get rid of it by scratching my arms so hard it leaves marks. I can't get rid of the itching. I can't get rid of the filth. Of course I can't. A filthy existence. Grandpa should never have saved someone like me. Beating him made him unhappy. I shouldn't have existed. I shouldn't have been born. I should have stayed inside that metal fence and spent my whole life there. I need to go back inside it. I should have never left. That place is where I belong. Corner me with that horrible metal noise. Crush me with that filth, itchiness, and pain. And then kill me, so that I'll never meet Grandpa. Is that your wish? Yes. much like those left behind at the top of Babel's crumbling tower, or Icarus, unable to reach heaven only to fall. And that is my final wish. Bring me back inside that metal fence, and give me back the fate that's suitable for my filthy existence. The wish of a liar will never come true. But I'm not a liar. You have spoken your true wish once, but you have yet to realize that's your greatest wish. And I cannot grant that wish just yet. Are you saying that's the punishment we sinful humans face for challenging God? You should already know. Strength of your desire is what creates the future. You lack that strength. Saying I haven't tainted myself enough. The gates of hell remain shut for someone not fully committed like me. Rika-chan. Satoko-chan, how are you feeling? It's Irie. As Akasaka warned me, I have to be careful. Akasaka opened the door silently. How are you doing? It's bustling outside, huh? Yeah. Everything is getting ready for tomorrow's festival. Some shaved ice for you, courtesy of the refreshment stand committee. Let's have some. Thank you for that. I'll have some. Akasaka is wearing a t-shirt, but he's still drenched in sweat. All the windows have been shut, and he can't even open the curtains, so it's very hot inside. But even counting for that, he's still sweating like mad. Look at how sweaty you are. It sure is hot in here. I was exercising a little. Of course, I try to keep very quiet. Just staying prepared for anything, that's all. Little exercise helps to refresh people. I'm sure you've been under a lot of stress for the last few days. You must be exhausted mentally, too. No, I'm used to this kind of thing, but I really appreciate you bringing in some stuff. Akasaka smiled like a happy child as he ate the strawberry-flavored shaved ice. So, has there been anything yet? Have you heard from Tomatake-san? No, nothing yet. But Takano was saying she can't get a hold of him. That's right, he changed his hotel, huh? Do you think she's noticed something? No, I don't think she has. Told her he's probably just going around taking pictures. It's only a matter of time before she becomes suspicious. There'll be a strong wind soon one way or another. Dr. Irie, please be very careful. Yeah, of course. Oh, by the way, I just saw Oishi-san. He told me to tell you something. I explained the 48-hour operation to Akasaka-san. Saka seemed impressed with the notion, especially because I told that it came from the girls. That's a fantastic idea. It'll shake up our enemy quite a bit. We'll give Tomatake a big opportunity to find out something, too. So when is the operation going to take place? And that'll be decided when they meet with Oishi's tonight. Since we don't have much time, maybe as early as tomorrow morning. I see. It's pretty stressful just waiting for a battle to begin. If something we can do, we might as well just do it. Time in Hinamizawa is limited too. So much longer can you stay? I told Yukie that I should be home by midnight on Sunday. If the situation changes, I might have to stay here longer. She's a policeman's wife. She'll understand. You can't even call her from here, huh? Sorry to put you in this situation. Don't worry. It's not like we're newlyweds. She won't divorce me just for not calling her every night. Though he says that, it's not easy to tell that it's easy to tell that Akasaka wants to hear the sound of her voice. So if there have been any changes on your end, if there's anything you need, I'll bring it. I really don't need anything yet. Changes, well, it's hard to say. Just too many people going in and out for the festival. Then there's someone suspicious among them I can't tell. Should assume our enemies are hidden among them, so we should be on our guard. That sounds about right. By the way, the mountain dogs are starting to move just as you said. I asked Okanogi about their plans. He said he's raising the security level for the day surrounding the festival, taking account the possibility that some criminal may use the 5th year of the curse to target Rika-chan. That matches the situation right now. Almost looks like all the preparations, officially and unofficially, are going smoothly for tomorrow's festival. So you're saying tomorrow? It's going to be a festival in more ways than one, then. If the 48-hour operation gets underway tomorrow morning, it'll be quite the turbulent day. Yeah, everything will change, starting tomorrow, June 19th, 1983. A tempestuous day that divides a peaceful world from a tragic one. The fate of the world will change on that day. I'm sorry, because if it's what... I keep on thinking of the... Now I'm I'm trying to prevent the thought of the cast basically doing a version of One Day More from Les Mis is going in my head. Now it's stuck there. Gosh. I finished my secret meeting with Akasaka-san and left while calling up to the second floor window, pretending to address the girls. Some villagers saw me do that. They asked how they were doing. They asked me about both girls, which made me very happy. Toriu said yesterday has already spread among the villagers. In other words, the curse of Oyashiro may have already lifted, even before tomorrow's festival. If nothing happens tomorrow, this village is finally free from the curse and the ghost of the dam conflict. To prepare for the upcoming battle, I realize the extent of the responsibility we've taken on. At the same time, that gives me strength. After greeting officials under the main tent, I ran into Takano as I headed back to the clinic. It's unusual for her to be here alone. Tomitake was with her, I could understand, but she's never come by herself. For a moment, I thought maybe she suspected a connection between me and Akasaka. But it doesn't seem that way. I'm relieved. It's unusual. What are you doing here? Nothing really. I'm just taking a walk. I see. It's a nice day today. I bet it's a perfect day for taking a walk. I wonder if Jiro-san is taking a walk too. Those words had a strange nuance to them. Takano normally only spends time with Takano out of politeness. At least that's how she's been acting. So when I heard her say that, I was a little surprised. So, he's from Tokyo. I'm sure he's enjoying the fresh air and beauty of Hinamizawa. Director, do you have any idea where Jiro-san went? No, I don't. She didn't come to the meeting last night. Good thing someone else was there to take his place, but he should have been there. He's neglecting his job, don't you think? This is going in the wrong direction. I have to change the subject. Well, I'm sure he needed a little break. I bet he wanted to be alone, just like you. Yeah, I can see that. I think that went well. She didn't ask about Tomitake after that. When I look around, I can imagine how lavish the festival is going to be tomorrow. Watagashi is the biggest festival of the year around here. It's grown in scale ever since the dam conflict ended, and this year the village festival is hitting a peak. I'm sure the villagers of all ages will enjoy themselves tomorrow. Takano and I overlook that heartwarming scene. Tomorrow looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, it'll be fun. Conversation was very ironic. We both meant something different as we spoke. I can hardly wait for the festival to start. Yeah, fun festival is about to begin. I noticed an indescribably bitter smile on her face. I hope it'll be a nice day tomorrow. For all these preparations, it'll be a shame if it rains. Hey, so hard to prepare for this grand festival. Rain won't stop them. Yeah, I guess. There'll be a festival no matter the weather, huh? Yes, there'll be a grand festival. I'm sure of it. I think this is a new music track. I like it. At least he had agreed to participate. In other words, he had given us the green light. Good job. I bet you had some difficulties. Not really. They actually agreed pretty easily. How nice it is to be young. I was the only one who struggled to make a decision. Pitiful, huh? We can't turn back anymore. I'll give it everything I have. Rishi was always a man with great presence. He seemed pretty reliable when he's that determined. This'll work. This operation will be a success. The enemy is unthinkably strong, but we're going on the offensive first. It's like in sumo, right? No matter how huge the opponent may be, there's a chance the entire match can be settled in an instant with a quick shift in stance during the opening rush. See, Rika, doesn't it feel reassuring to have this many people on your side? I don't intend on refuting you anymore. I was almost ready to give up just a few days ago. Now I can't believe how much the situation has evolved. It might just be possible to change our fate after all. Rika, that's not good enough. You're right. You shouldn't say we might change our fate. We will change it. We will win. We will defeat fate. In any case, then the timing of our trap is extremely important. What do you mean timing? We should act immediately. Tonight it will have been 48 hours since Rika-chan disappeared. The longer we wait, the better the position the enemy will be in. So we should act as soon as possible. That's true. We're too careful. We'll give them more time. Defense ought to be cautious, but our offense ought to be bold. It's very reassuring to have both of your seals of approval. So what about it, everyone? No objections. Steeled my resolve. I'm ready any time. Is it time yet? What do you think, Satoko? We should go with haste, of course, but right now may be a little too hasty. For to surprise them, I think we should do it more carefully. Surprise attack should take place at night. Is there any better timing than right now? Calm down, you're both right. Surprise attacks usually do happen at night. But look at us now. We're still up even though it's that dark outside, right? Night attacks are more effective when there is no electricity. Nowadays, surprise attacks don't always have to take place in the middle of the night. There's even better time than that. Is there really a better time for a surprise attack? Ow, ow, ow. That would be like... That would normally be like dawn or twilight. I think. Wait. So that would be dusk, I think. Dawn and dusk. Because normally it's when, like... Normally if there's any change or whatever, it would happen during... about that time. Someone going in from day to a night. Like a guard or whatever. So that's obviously when people are like at their... have their somewhat their guard dropped. Daybreak Sortie, right? Yep. Oh? You know some interesting terms, don't you? It's true that the worst time to call someone is not in the middle of the night, but early in the morning. People can't even think straight when they're half asleep. Surprise attack at dawn. It's a great time to do it. Yeah, I think it'll be the most effective. Knowing how Takano is, it's more than likely she'll do something to make it look like the 5th year's curse. She'll try it tomorrow night. It's normal to try to get plenty of sleep the night before. Oh, I know how the perfect time to spring my traps. Surprise attack at dawn. Man, that sounds badass. Always wanted to do something like that. I'm fired up. Just like my men, my Bara-san. Hey, does that mean I'm the only man involved who isn't psyched? My oh my. Alright. Ready then. And the 48 operation commences tomorrow at dawn. The question is how they'll react. We'll be confusing them, and once we see their response, we'll attack. And this is a raid. Okay, as the leader of this club, I now decree that the 48 operation is now in effect. We'll carry our tasks at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll get busy all of a sudden. All members should be ready for an immediate response. Prepare yourselves physically and mentally. And don't forget, the fate of Hinamizawa rides on this battle. The enemy's conspiracy could end up destroying this village. Huh, We'll never let that happen. Let's see how the enemy react. They become demons or serpents. Maybe they'll become kittens. Ho 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 ho! How cute of them. I don't think so. Something huge will happen for sure. This is like a little earthquake, one that's a forewarning of a huge tsunami. You're right. Feel that little earthquake too. It will create that huge tsunami, and either the village or the enemy will be swallowed by it. We'll ride that huge wave for as long as we can. This 48-hour operation will be a shock to the enemy. They'll panic, their pace will be off, and they're guaranteed to slip up somehow. We don't know how they're going to slip up, but just knowing that they will and preparing ourselves to act gives us the full advantage. We're surrounding our enemies on this huge game board that is Hinamizawa. This game, this festival, will start with our siege. Come on, we're ready. We're ready for June 19th, 1983. Eureka, have this many emotions ever gathered on this day? Actually, there are always this many emotions in this world. There are always countless numbers of them gathered on this forgotten June 19th. Just never realized it, because we always looked at the world subjectively. So many people in this world, and each of them has very important emotions. Those countless feelings are collecting together and giving shape to this world, this fragment. This many emotions, what kind of world will we see? What kind of fragment will be granted? Who will win, Takano or us? Time to find out is now. Let's open it. Let's open the door to June 19th of 1983. I feel like I should have timed this or something, like to do this on to end this series on a 19th. It's July though, so it would be. Oh, I should have. Oh my gosh, I feel dumb. I really should have made it to where like I could have finished the main story of like back last month, like on the 19th. Missed opportunity. I'm seriously bummed about that now. That would have been perfect. Ah. Why didn't I think of that? Why? Oh well. I like how there's still the tip screen, the view new tips thing, even though there's no tips whatsoever. Just 1 second. Actually, hold on. I think we will continue. Because I am so freaking stoked and amped right now. But I think I just need to pause for just a couple minutes. So, because I need to take an idle break. Go to the little cobalt room. Other euphemisms for stuff. So I'll be right back. I'll put on, I'll switch to the BRB screen. So just be right back, just a couple minutes. Let's switch to the actual thing. All right. And welcome back, everyone. Oh. All right, are we all amped up? Are we amped up? Actually, hold on. Ah, crap. I'm gonna hate this split. Okay, I'm gonna run a 30-second ad, so that way for sure we do not have to deal with it. Y'all do not have to deal with any ads. We'll just take 30 seconds. And then that way we'll be clear for liking it for a bit over an hour. Ah. I can use that drink. Take a sip of water. Alright. This is tomorrow I kind of plan on doing, I think in the afternoon I'm hoping tomorrow to be able to do some Sunhaven. I think so. And of course tomorrow evening will be knowing Yakuza Kiwami. So once again, I will be out of town next week. Or basically, so starting Sunday and then through Saturday. So 30th through 5th. So next Sunday I would probably be able to stream, but not this one, obviously. Okay. But we're ready. I think everyone should be back from a nap. Okay, we're good. Let's go to do this. But seriously, this has kind of a like a one more day type vibe or whatever, especially these. One more day. It's past midnight and almost dawn. The very quiet time of night, where staying up late and getting up early are melded together. That exact thing was happening in the office of the Okanogi Gardeners. There were only 2 people on guard duty, and they were playing cards. They weren't sentries, so they really didn't need to be on guard at all time. However, they weren't allowed to fall asleep either. After the TV broadcast went off the air a little past midnight, they usually ended up playing cards. Suddenly, the phone rang. The phone was right nearby, so one of them answered immediately. Thank you for calling. This is Okanogi Gardeners. Yeah? What? Suddenly, the man taking the call stood up with a jolt. He even hit his knee against a desk, but he was too panicked to care. Takano dashed into the underground security room in a hurry. Sorry to bother you, Major. I'll get the coffee. Give me an update. Are you sure about this? Yeah. At 4:15 a.m., a body that was found in the Okinomiya jurisdiction was identified as R. How could that be? R is home sick with a cold, isn't she? Observing her, weren't you? Major, there's more. According to an intelligence agent at Okinomiya PD, at least 48 hours have passed since her death. Takano could feel her blood freezing starting from her feet. She just couldn't believe what was happening. At least 48 hours? At least 48 hours since the death of the Queen Carrier. Takano just couldn't understand. That can't be right. Were the villagers still so composed? They could have developed terminal symptoms as early as after 36 hours, which was last night. But according to the intelligence agent, this is reliable information. And the station was even put under a gag order because they were fearful of the religious impact it could have on the village. What do you mean? Then who do you have observing that house? Major, our observation system is perfect. Rika Furude is there at the house. Ever since we started, she hasn't even stepped out of the house once. Director Irie confirmed it himself. It's just impossible. And how do you explain this? Police department is saying that the body is Rika. It's been over 48 hours since her death, right? Are you telling me they're lying? A lie. Lie. Maybe it's a mistake. Planning to fake my death using an operative from the Gifu police department tonight. This is the same thing. Yes, it's a lie. Must be a mistake. Takano wasn't confused because she was still half awake, or half asleep. Takano was afraid. Our grandfather wrote in his article that within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death, everyone in the village would develop terminal stage symptoms. This would mean that he had been wrong. Well, I mean, to be fair, it was still based on... It was kind of based on, like, similar things and not, like, direct evidence that would be the result. So... It was more of a theorize about it. Does it mean that... What about everyone who believed his words? What would they think? Excuse me, Major. There's a phone call from Nomura-sama in Tokyo. Yeah, why is that woman calling me now? I'm on the phone. Check the body the police found immediately. Can't, not right now. When our agents come in, we'll have them approach the station and observe what's going on. What time is that? 5? 6? It needs to be done as soon as possible. Tell them to hurry up. Good morning. Takano here. All the unit members were gathered in the office of Okanogi Gardeners and served as a garrison for the mountain dogs in Okanomiya. I see. As soon as you find out something from the police, call both me and the major. By the way, regarding the observation system at the R residence, why didn't you confirm that she's home? I assumed she didn't pick up the phone because she was sick with a cold. Director Iriel went by and confirmed her presence, so we just took him at his word. Yeah, that was the one thing I'm worried about I was worried about. I mean, I hope they came up with like a cover thing for like Irie. Otherwise, because he's definitely in danger. Because they'll immediately like look at, why did you so what? Because when they go check the house and then she's not there, you know. There's someone at the R residence, that's for sure, right? Yeah, someone there. Commander, why don't we enter the residence? Still have a little time. We can't do that without approval from the major. Sure, she won't let us until she confirms the matter at the Okanomiya PD. Preparation for that order. Increase the number of observers at the residence. At least 8 people. Commander, there'll be a festival at the shrine later today. We can observe, but I don't think it'll be possible to enter until tomorrow, around midnight. Shit, lousy timing. Wait, this is too much of a coincidence, don't you think? Kanogi's rusty yet wild instincts were sounding an alarm. He sensed that something was attacking them. He sensed that his enemy had begun to attack. He realized that the enemy had taken the initiative. TP usually take a deep breath before they attack. That moment right before they strike is their most vulnerable. Okanogi assumed that whoever his enemy was, they were led by an excellent commander who knew the precise moment to strike. Which that would be me on. By the way, about First Lieutenant Tomatake. They said he didn't show at the clinic's meeting the other day. Is that right? I'll have someone check on him. The major asked if I knew where he went. Do you think it's First Lieutenant Tomatake? Have Nightingale check Tomatake's hotel room. Shit, he tricked us. Well, we can't turn back now. Let's see what happens next. Kumagai was trembling with excitement. Kuma-chan, I'm going to check the communication center. Hold down the fort. You bet. Nobody will get through over my dead body. All I have to do now is handle the phone calls. I'm going back to my post. Kumagai, take care of this place, okay? You can count on me. Kumagai closed the door quietly and stood in front of it. This was his chance to show Oishi what he was made of. Oishi was on his way to the communications center. All radio communications and phone calls pass through there first. During business hours, each section answers its own phone calls. But when they aren't open, the communications center answers them instead. How's it going here? Well, there was an outside call for forensic calling directly just a few minutes ago. Who called? It was Chief Inspector Otaka. Ah, Otaka-kun. Oishi grinned. The enemy had started to move. They must have bribed someone inside the police department to be their spy, and he had started to move just as they planned. Ooh, are they gonna use it to find out who might be the spy in the police department? Like, who's, like, the most insistent on checking? Oishi was surprised to learn that it had been Otaka. She had never liked Otaka, because he constantly boasted about his academic background and always opposed Oishi, who believes in relying on experience. They didn't get along at all when they worked together at the prefectural police department. The phone call is ended. I'm going to ask the old man. Let's see. Hello? Oh, it's me, don't worry. How was it? The greenhorn sure put on airs, so I just snubbed him. The idiot sure got mad. He'll come here as soon as the marshal gets in. So like him. Can't even fight by himself. This is getting more interesting by the minute. That phone call woke me up completely. Just like you said, there are plenty of suspicious goings-on out there, I can just feel it. Well, things are getting interesting now. What's up next? Hey, demons over here. Come further in. Hello? This is Tomatake. Good morning, First Lieutenant Tomatake. Sorry to bother you this early. I'm calling to let you know that the mountain dogs have made a move. Just a little while ago, all the members were called in because of an emergency. We don't know the reason yet. I see. It's finally started. Tomatake turned on the light next to his bed and put on his glasses as he answered. Also, there's been a rumor going around to the police department over there. We haven't confirmed it yet, but the Queen Courier's dead body was found. What? Tell me more. Supposedly, an unidentified body turned out to be Rika Furute. They say she died over 48 hours ago. It's past the time limit in Emergency Manual 34, but there's been no change in Inami's so far. Have you heard anything? No, I'm in Okamiya, so I didn't know. But that isn't possible. It must be some kind of mistake. That's what we think too, but according to our analysis, the information is very reliable, and it's almost a certainty. We haven't confirmed it yet, but multiple forensics department workers have testified. But... Takai realized something. He realized that the Okanama police station was Oishi's territory. He also realized that this must be the work of Rika and her friends. Tomatake tried to think calmly. Even if they didn't know who their enemy was, it was obvious the emergency manual is the signal for an explosion. So they must have come up with the idea to destroy that signal. The foundation of the emergency manual is that unless something is done about it, then 48 hours after the Queen Carrier's death, all the villagers will develop terminal stage symptoms. So if nothing happens after 48 hours, there is no need for the emergency manual. And with that, the mountain dogs have been called in. Hello? First Lieutenant Tomatake. Sorry the current situation. It'd be hard to tell if anything suspicious is happening at the Yuri Institute. Please ask the Colonel to check immediately. Also, in case of an emergency, can you make sure the Bloodhounds are ready to deploy? Roger that. Should have more information by 9 a.m. If the mountain dogs revolt, it'll become very dangerous there. Please be very cautious. Of course, I'll be careful. I'll talk to you again at 9 a.m. It was 6 a.m. Tomatake would get another call in 3 hours. Nightingale 1 to all units. Tomatake is in room 406. Observation team, do you see anything? This is Nightingale 4, nothing for the outside. This is Nightingale 5, nothing on this floor. This is Nightingale 3, there's no sound in the room. He's probably asleep. And there was a do not disturb sign on Tomatake's door. Perhaps he stayed up very late last night and was planning to sleep in. This was a great chance for the Nightingales. Be sure to capture him alive. It's an order from the Major. Let's go. Tried to break into Tomatake's room very quietly. Obvious it was a simple job for them to pick a hotel room's lock. The two members at the door communicated with each other using sign language. Even knowing he was asleep, it would be a good idea not to barge in. They opened the door very cautiously and very quietly. The room's interior is organized but tasteless, typical of cheap hotels. Only furnishings were a bed, a small desk, and a coin-operated TV. Clearly, only one person could stay in this room. And there in the bed, Tomatake. Could it be found? What's wrong, Nightingale 3? Respond. Shit, this room is empty. Still early in the morning, but the room was empty. What's going on? Tomatake likes to take walks, and also take pictures of birds. Could he have gone out to do that? That's not it. He might have deceived us. The do not disturb sign was on the door. That sign, the housekeepers wouldn't come in the room, so they wouldn't know if it was empty or not. The sign had probably been on there at least the day before. Knowing that Tomatake was planning to stay for a long period, the hotel hadn't really paid much attention. In other words, the room had been empty since then. I bet he changed hotels expecting an attack. I see. That's why he hasn't been seen lately. Call the Major immediately. Damn it, our plan has been leaked. Konogi realized that he had been beaten to the punch. The foundation of the emergency manual had collapsed, and with that the basis of the final operation was shaky. Okanogi felt that the Major had panicked, and rushed into confirming what was going on too hastily. Tomatake suspected us, and went into hiding. Then after, caught wind of that, he was sure to come grab us by our tails. Everything is just too convenient. Shit, this must be exactly what the enemy planned. Konogi tried to calm himself. If he was going to investigate in secret, he could assume that Tomatake was still nearby. The department in Tokyo must be the one conducting the investigation. So he must be waiting for a report from that department. Tomatake was probably at a new motel. Probably somewhere in Okonomiya. Get in touch with Crow in Tokyo. There must be someone reporting to him regularly. Find the number they're calling. If the number is somewhere in Shishibone City, bingo. Kanogi was confident about his hunch. But if what he was thinking is correct, that meant his identity was about to be exposed. It also meant his operation had failed before it even started. But it wasn't a checkmate quite yet. If he could prove that the dead body at the Okonomiya police station wasn't R, then everything would go back to square one. All he had to do was capture Tomatake and then check the body at the station. That was all. Commander, I got hold of Crow. I won't be able to tell what exactly they talked about, but they say they can find the phone number. They just need a little time. How much time? Just a few hours, they said. Shit. They just want just a few hours, huh? Tell them I don't want to rush them, but they better be quick. It was a little past 6 a.m. It was already light outside, but still too early for cicadas to start their morning chorus. They had endured the first wave. It was now a matter of quickly of how they could recover. Okanagi just hoped the Major didn't throw a fit. Commander, message from Crow, they're still looking into the phone number. So the research division's routine check-in time is at 9 a.m. 3 more hours. He looked up at the clock. Even the little things were beginning to bother Okanogi. Every time the second-hand moved, he became more impatient, realizing the check-in time was getting closer and closer. Also, Colonel Oka, head of investigations, issued a standby order to the Bloodhounds. He hasn't said anything about a mission yet, though. Okay, so that means they can still stand down. If anything happens, he can just play it off as a drill. Okay, we still have time. For information, head of investigations called the Chief of Staff's home line. We don't have the details. We're okay. We're still okay. It's a close call, but we're okay. The Bloodhound standby orders meant they saw a very high chance of the Erie Institute revolting. The people on site must be practically certain of it. Although it's not as difficult to execute as the emergency manual, ordering out the Bloodhounds isn't that easy. They only did so because they've realized that some kind of trouble is afoot. Okanogi was sure that the people who want to conclude matters peacefully are trying to settle things down by saying it was just a mistake. An order to the Bloodhounds to stand by without clarifying a mission is like a middle ground in that sense. But the head of the research division had called the Chief of Staff, and this was a very dangerous situation for the Mountain Dogs. In other words, the higher ranks of the SDF, or people even higher than them, had decided that the Bloodhounds could take the field. The uniforms are hot-blooded, but the suits always push for peaceful resolutions. They still hadn't decided which way they want to go yet. Our loss wasn't certain yet. Win or tie, everything was riding on the same table. If that was the case, the call coming in at 9 a.m. from the research division didn't bode well. Okanogi couldn't say why, but he had that impression. It was just his wild instinct doing its job. He could guess that the people in Tokyo were going to ask Tomatake about the situation in detail, and to decide what to do based on that. It was possible that the head of division, or even the chief of staff himself, might come on the phone. Then the Bloodhounds might get an order as soon as the 9 a.m. phone conversation was over, which would result in his defeat. Tokyo was still unsure. Some were still thinking it was some kind of mistake, or they wanted to think it was some kind of mistake. Tomatake didn't answer the phone. They might send some people immediately, but they wouldn't order out the Bloodhounds. There was a chance it could end in a draw. If they found out the body didn't actually belong to R, that although it had cornered them, they still had a good chance of winning. But they'd lose the possibility of a complete victory. Okanogi knew that Takano's clients hadn't ordered anything else but exactly that. He didn't want to admit it, but the enemy's surprise attack succeeded. Commander. Shut up, calm down. They aren't sure yet. Suspicious, but they aren't sure. We're still okay. Anyway, whoever gets information first wins. If they find out something first, or we do. We're beaten in the surprise attack, but we haven't yet been annihilated. So don't you dare fly a white flag. We'll just wait. Crew will find out where Tomatake is. Our guys at the police station will expose the truth about R's death. So all we can do now is to wait and endure. Excuse me, Major Takano is on the line. She sounds, extremely angry. Oh. Thank you for the fluid check, Sophie. as a quick reminder of what's going on, so the gang is carrying out a plan to ruin Takano's plan by trying to trick them into thinking that not only is Rika dead, but she's been dead for over 48 hours. Because in the emergency manual operation that they want to carry out, it says that the villagers would go crazy within 48 hours. So if it's been 48 hours and everything's copacetic, then Takano's plan is completely screwed. So that'll give Tomatake and stuff like that plenty of time to get evidence and stuff like that. And obviously Takano's backers will more likely try to cut ties. Shit, I don't have time to babysit a princess now. Hello, yes, this is Okinoki. Yeah, well, don't jump to conclusions. It hasn't been decided yet. Why don't you have a cup of coffee first to calm yourself down? Yeah. Kanogi tried to change the subject while pretending to laugh, but all he could hear was Takano's frantic voice. He couldn't even understand what she was trying to say. The second hand on the clock ticked on, and was going to be able to smile at the end of it all. Today was going to be a long battle. Okinogi's instincts told him so. How are you doing? Who was it? It was our marshal. They're gaining strength. But he's no match for me. Does he really think an officer worker can win against a technician? Ha! But I'm glad he's playing golf today. If he actually came over, it would have gotten a little complicated. Did he call from a golf course? Is he working or what? I bet Otaka-kun wanted to come over with Marshall. He's probably real upset about it now. Since an indirect attack hasn't worked, you think they'll try a direct one? Will Otaka come here? If he can't get a hold of the chief, he'll have to. It's almost 8:30. The main doors will open soon. Morning had finally arrived. The chorus of cicadas had begun. That familiar sound would make one think it was just another day. But it was hardly going to be normal. It wasn't just an ordinary Sunday. Oishi and his men already realized they were grazing the tip of a huge conspiracy. Knowing how Otaka-kun is, he'll probably come through the main entrance. That's what a guy like him would do. I'll be here to take care of the phone calls. You guys, take care of him, okay? Oh, okay, I'll go welcome him. Kuma-chan, take care of this place. The lobby of the Konoha police was just like that of any other police station. It could hardly be said to have a welcoming atmosphere. Some of the tiles on the floor were broken and cracked, so sometimes people tripped on them. Those spots were covered by pieces of cardboard, and there was a sign that said, "Caution, watch your step." There was also a pot with a dead plant in it. It was far from a friendly lobby. Unlike hospitals and banks, there wasn't a line of people at the counters at the police station. There were a few sitting on a sofa waiting for counters to open. And they would open soon. Some workers were standing by on the other side at the counters. Otaka was snobbish enough that Oishi didn't want to deal with him first thing in the morning. If only he was a pretty young woman with big boobs. Oishi and his men were on a very important job. If Otaka found out that Rikafurude's death had been faked, the operation was finished. They'd only be able to shake up the enemy now, while Rikafurude's death is still in the books. They had to stall for every minute, every second they could, so Tomatake could seize hold of the tail that was popping out. So that the truth about Rikafurude's death was exposed before Tomatake had that chance, the enemy would recover. The emergency manual would regain its credibility, and though the enemy wouldn't enact it immediately, they would try again for sure. Rikafurude had detected the conspiracy ahead of time, but that was a miracle. The divine wins. Japan had prevented Mongol invasions twice in the past with such miracles, but nothing like that happened during World War II. They might not be so lucky next time. They might not get another chance. There might be no next time at all. Unless they defeated them this time, they would never win again. While it was possible to do some serious damage, a tied game would inevitably lead to the enemy's victory. They had to completely expose what the enemy was up to, allowing Tomitake to call in a suppression unit to defeat them. That was why Oishi had to stop their vanguard here. His job, therefore, was an extremely important one. If the enemy's conspiracy succeeded, Inuizawa would be destroyed, and more than 2,000 villagers would be executed in a gas disaster. Either way, the incident would never go public. But people's lives depended on him. Oishi was violating his professional duties. However, he had to do what was right. Oishi thought back to when the old man taught him that. Someone who, despite the hot weather, was wearing a suit, came in through the automatic sliding door. He had 2 of his colleagues with him. He was showing off his authority like he always did. Good morning, Otaka-kun. Well. Good morning, Oishi-san. By way, please don't address me with such familiarity. I'm no longer in a position where you can talk to me that way. Oh, don't be like that, Otaka-kun. We used to play mahjong together, didn't we? Taka seemed disgusted to hear that. He used to boast about being a good mahjong player. But Oishi once beat him badly in front of many people, which hurt his pride. I would love to chat with you, but I'm in a hurry today, so please excuse me. Hey, don't say that. Don't you remember the time when you forgot to write certificates for the kendo tournament? You begged me to help you. I wrote them for you backstage, and that was why the award ceremony went on smoothly, didn't it? I truly appreciate it, but that has nothing to do with this right now. Oh, I didn't know you appreciated it. Sorry about that. I had never heard anything like that before. At the prefecture station, they think I begged to write it, and that you turned the offer down and let me write it for you. Is that the excuse you used when the director called you up asking what happened since my handwriting on the certificate wasn't so great? Well, I don't know. Maybe someone misunderstood? At the very least, I never said such a thing. Haha. The prefectural police headquarters may be your territory, but unfortunately, this is the Okinomiya PD. You won't get your own way here. Oh, what do you mean by that, Oishi-san? I don't know why you're here, but your jurisdiction's in Golgora, not Okinomiya. I'd like to ask you to leave. What? Under what authority? And what authorization do you have to be here? I'm in the middle of a classified investigation on behalf of headquarters. I've heard there's an unidentified body related to that investigation here. Well then, please inquire on the phone. Okinomiya is in a rich neighborhood. This isn't a place where someone in a custom-made suit should be. See. So you're ganging up with the guys in forensics, huh? Should be an order from the marshal to hand over the autopsy report to the prefectural police headquarters. And there should have been an explanation to the marshal from the forensics department already. The body is still being examined because of a slip-up on our part. And there's been a rumor going around that the body was already identified. Anyway, they need a little more time to finish up their report. And I would like to attend the autopsy. No. What? Requesting is the person in charge of this classified investigation at the prefectural headquarters. If that's the truth... Look, I don't want to doubt your policeman's spirit. A policeman's spirit is a noble one, see? Sure, no one would go into this business if we weren't getting paid for it. But you know, you can't be a good detective without dedication that can be measured by your pay alone. If you say yes, spirit, you say you have that spirit, I'll let you through. The look in Oishi's eyes made clear the anger that was roiling within him. As he looked into those eyes, Otaka recalled all kinds of frightening memories. Otaka didn't want Oishi to sense his fear, but he couldn't prevent himself from loudly swallowing. Okay, please let me through. I'm here because of my policeman spirit. Please step aside. Why don't you make me with your policeman spirit? Come on. What? If your policeman spirit is as strong as mine, you should be able to brush me aside easily. Come on, try it. Oishi was obviously saying that he had no intention of letting Otaka through. How could he do this? Otaka was confused. Otaka was an elite policeman at the prefectural police headquarters. believed academic background and performance record were enough to earn trust. He has been working hard under that belief, but Oishi doesn't acknowledge that, and he doesn't even respect him. He's a scumbag. He was the worst type of person, one who tried to establish their meaning and purpose only through rough means, refusing to acknowledge everything about their supervisors in order to protect their own pride, as uncivilized people often did. Taka had been thinking ever since they worked together. Why did people trust in someone like Oishi? Why did people respect someone like him? Why did people appreciate someone like Oishi more than they did Otaka? Move. If you don't, I can accuse you of interfering with an investigation. Oh? What kind of investigation? You tell me, I'll help you. Didn't you hear me? It's classified. I can't talk about it to someone like you. I see. Well, if you can't tell me everything, you can tell me one thing instead. What do you have resting on your shoulders? On my shoulders? What are you talking about? I have something on my shoulders. The fate of 2,000 villagers rests there. If I let you through, those 2,000 villagers know their relatives as well. They'll all be very sad. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, I'll tell you. Your boss is planning something terrifying. I bet you haven't thought it through that far, but it's a conspiracy that will make thousands of people unhappy. That conspiracy is about to crumble, and that's why they woke you up and ordered you to investigate. I don't know how much you're getting paid for this. But if that is more important than your policeman's spirit... Oishi stopped talking there, but his eyes continued to speak after that. What in the world are you talking about? Hey, please just let me through. Taka's baffled behavior confirmed what Oishi had just said. He had been bought off by someone shady. Though maybe he didn't think that he was bought. He probably thought he was just filling the request to confirm Furude's body as a favor from someone in the information network he assumed he had built himself. Of course, the pout at being a classified investigation was a lie. When an elite policeman from the prefectural headquarters said it was a classified investigation, everyone would grovel and salute him. But Oishi didn't salute him at all. This is a waste of my time. I'll file a formal complaint to the marshal later. What? Hey, wait a minute. I'm not done yet. So I tried to walk away. Oishi grabbed him by the arm. Tried to make him let him go, but Oishi was just too strong. Ow! Let me go, Oishi-san. Oh, I'm not putting that much strength into it. If you have policeman spirits, this should stop you. Your unshakable righteousness should knock me down easily. But you can't even get my hand off your arm. Do you know why? Get off me. It's because you don't have a policeman's spirit. Oishi let go of his shoulder, and Otaka tumbled onto the floor, sliding for more than 2 meters. What is this? This is interference with an investigation. This is interference with a government official executing his duties. No, this is assault. Arrest him immediately. Taka ordered his 2 police around, but they didn't know what to do. Oishi was also a policeman, and obviously there was something more going on between them. Besides, they could sense one thing. Their instincts were telling them that Oishi was far stronger than them. They were no match at all. What's going on, Oishi-san? Some officers were gathering in the lobby. They all looked puzzled. Nothing much. This greenhorn with the prefectural headquarters demanded something selfish, so I just taught him a lesson. The officers alternately looked between Oishi and Otaka. They knew something was going on, but they didn't know the circumstances, so they didn't know which one to stop. Oishi was respected by the policemen at the Okonomiya station. Everyone respected him. If Oishi said that Otaka was being selfish, then he must be at fault. Oishi was generally seen as sensible. All of them thought that Oishi would only do this in a public place like a lobby. If it was something major, Taka was feeling humiliated to get such attention. He stood up calmly, hiding his humiliation with anger. I see. It's in your position, but I'm not here on a child's errand either. I like your spirit. I'm ready to go if you are. Bring it on, Greenhorn. Ugh. Not enough. That all you got? Damn it. So that's your policeman spirit? They're just doing a brawl now, aren't they? I have 2,000 Himizawa villagers resting on my shoulders. The lives of 2,000 people in my jurisdiction depend on me. Why don't you tackle me with a spirit that's strong enough to knock down 2,000 people? was like watching a match between a sumo wrestler and a small child. No matter how many times Otaka tried to tackle Oishi, he simply crumbled against him. Oh, he's just crashing into Oishi over and over. That's great. She's like, let me through. Yeah. Oishi stood firm as if his feet were rooted to the earth. The third time Otaka tumbled to the floor, he finally realized that he had been provoked. He caught his breath and fixed his hair. Okay, I'll tell you. Geiso investigated something new with the Sonozaki family. I was asked by someone to check on something. Why are you beating around the bush? Did you say it more directly than that? You're right, they're questioning the death of that girl, said to be the mascot for the religion here at Hinamizawa. To confirm if she's dead or alive immediately. I told you, we explained that over the phone. Still under investigation. They need more time. Well, I didn't want to tell you this. This request was, I'll tell you the truth. It was requested by someone you really hate, Representative Sonozaki. Ah, that scary man with the crest on his hakama, huh? Yeah, you're right, I do hate him. That man threatened me I'd have to abandon logic and push his demands through too. See? Representative Sonozaki requested I check the body immediately. This is a request by a citizen. He's lying out his butt. You know it. This department is there for the citizens. Of course I accepted his request. Furude isn't any girl in Hinamizawa. She's a very special little girl. Goes around saying her dead body was found. Of course someone has to go confirm it, right? You do better not to say things like that in a public place. You're in a lobby, you know. Excuse me. Suddenly realized his mistake. Some people were even whispering behind him. One of them spoke to Otaka hesitantly. Is it true that Rika Furude-chama is dead? Don't worry, madam. We haven't confirmed that yet. We're from the prefectural police, and that's why we're here. That's right. It's not certain yet. We're still investigating as we speak. I'm asking to attend the autopsy. Better think carefully. I'm here on behalf of Representative Sonozaki. If interfering, I'll tell him all about it. If that happens, you'll be in a tight spot, Oishi-san. Don't you think it's time to surrender? Representative Sonozaki was well known in this area as an extremely tough congressman. People who knew about him continued to whisper. Otaka grinned when he heard them whispering. He realized then that in Okonomiya, his threat was more effective than he thought it would be. Oh my, did you really ask him to do that, Sapporo-san? Sir, excuse me. Representative Sonozaki really asked you to do that? Certainly did. The representative asked me directly. So what about it? Oishi-san, is it time to surrender? Continue to whisper. Representative Sonozaki is a big name around here, Otaka thought. Even gangsters give way if someone mentioned his name here in Okonomiya. So if you're really afraid of the representative, please let me through, Oishi-san. Ah, please go to counter number 8 to get a traffic ticket reissued. Huh? Did I get a traffic ticket? Oishi suddenly started to talk about something completely different. Fact. Oishi was looking at something behind Otaka. Huh? What was he talking to? Otaka wondered. Yes. Yes. An old-fashioned elderly man and a lady in a kimono were standing behind him. Otaka's eyes met with hers. She smiled at him. This is definitely my top. Wow. You are barking up.
Yay!
Exactly. You are... Otaka's barking up. I know this thing is barking up the wrong tree, but I need something stronger than that. Wrong... I don't know. Anyway, let's continue. Were you really asked by Representative Sonozaki personally? Not by his secretary or someone else? Yes, of course. Sonozaki and I are very close. We're old tree, yes. Barking up the wrong Yggdrasil, I guess. He sometimes calls me directly. The only man continued to listen with a puzzled expression. The heck are you? Oh. And there's no need for introduce myself. I'm just an ordinary policeman from the prefectural police headquarters. What incredible timing. I mean, Can only laugh. So I can laugh, right? I wasn't sure. The old man is the representative, isn't it? Taka couldn't understand why Oishi and this lady were laughing. What are you doing here together? Well, you know. Remember that ticket? I didn't see the no left turns, saying because of a tree branch. And there's a policeman on a motorcycle waiting right at the exit, and I don't think that was fair. Ura-san said I should complain, so that's why I came along today. Yes! Roadside trees are the City Hall's jurisdiction. You know, those complaints pretty often, but a rather complicated matter. Didn't like the fact that a policeman was waiting at the exit, so I'm here to complain about it. I understand. I'll talk to City Hall in the traffic section. So you think you can settle this peacefully for today? If you say so. I'll leave quietly for today. Taka realized that they were Oishi's guests. He fixed his tie and spoke up. But you have to pay for your traffic ticket. It's the law. Keep digging your own grave, buddy. We're having fun watching you. You sure are annoying, aren't you? He is, isn't he? Sometimes he could be pretty... I'm in the middle of an important conversation with Oishi-san. Are you done? Please get going. Have a nice day, madam. Grab. You have a nice day too, sir. Grab. Two of them grabbed his shoulders from behind. Billy grabbed his right shoulder and the elderly man grabbed his left. Mr. Prefectural Policeman, I have two things I detest in this world. Do you know what they are? One is shiitake mushrooms. I just don't like them, never had ever since I was born. I don't like to eat them and I don't like their broth either. Second one is lies. I don't like to use them and I don't like people using them with me. How can I step back after being ridiculed like this? I'm the demon princess of Shishibone, Akane Sonozaki. I never back off when someone starts a fight with me. Don't say that about yourself. Thank you for the fluid check. Also, that would have been perfect if you used a citizen instead of the demon princess. Huh? Huh? Police officers, the citizens of the lobby, and Otaka's colleagues didn't know what was going on. Let me introduce them. This is Akane Sonozaki. She's the vice president of the Shishibone City Women's Kendo Club. And this is Uro Sonozaki-san. He's an honorary director of the Prefectural Kendo League. Oh, I should mention his formal title. This is Shibone's 2nd District Representative, Sonozaki-sensei. Well. You're here to get Otaku-kun a lesson, right? He's the instructor for the Prefectural Police's Kendo Club, after all. Thank you for coming. Here, please show them to the dojo. Representative? The same. Don't you say we were close. I think we'll have lots of fun together today. Oh, I'm so excited. Two of them were still clinging to his shoulders and laughing meaningfully. Otaka laughed along with them. Yeah! That guy's... You know that heat action where it's with the pole that Kiryu uses or whatever? That guy's getting that, I think, but with a kendo sword. Pretty sure. I think the term shinai, if I remember right. Boken is the wooden one, so anyway. But those aren't used in kendo. Sure. Did you really confirm that Queen Kara is at home yesterday? What do you mean by confirm? I just went by because I heard she caught a cold. So how could they have found a corpse? That's just impossible. That's right, that's impossible. But, since it's confirmed, Some people might misunderstand. Would misunderstand what? I mean, the whole village would go into panic if they found out Rika Furude's dead. Now I'm certain she's lying. I don't even need to wait to hear from Tomatake. Takano's objective is the execution of the emergency manual. Its premise is about to be destroyed, and that's why she's panicking. She finally found someone who showed an interest in her research, which made her feel better about herself. But that someone is about to cut her off, and that's why she's panicking. She's as pitiful as can be. If it were possible, if there were a way to reach out to her, I would reach out to save her from drowning. But my hand will never reach. It won't reach her unless she reaches out. She's drowning, but as long as she refuses to seek help, I'll never reach her. Till she realizes herself, no matter how much I reach out, she'll refuse my helping hand. However, my selfish imagination will have to stop there for now. Is Rika-chan at home or not? If she goes into detail, she'll become suspicious of me, since I told her I saw Rika-chan at home. That will put me in a very dangerous situation. A man who had been on the phone for some time put down the receiver. Major, there's no answer. There's nobody home. What's the observation unit saying? Since the 17th, the day they started their observation, there hasn't been one phone call. Director Irie, means Rika-chan is still at home, right? Yeah, I guess so, I'm not sure. She has gotten so much better. Maybe she snuck out or something. Today's the day of the festival, remember? I think there are some vendors set up near Rika-chan's house. There are lots of people around, so maybe your observers missed her. Well, can that be possible? Every time Director Irie leaves, we place a seal on the house afterwards. I don't think she could have gotten out through a window. The dogs are certain that R has not left the house, right? Yes, we're certain. R is inside of our residence. She hasn't left the house since the 17th. We're sure about... She is in fact not in the house. Is what's made it really funny. Because she's at Mion's house. The person who was checked inside was Director Irie and nobody from the Mountain Dogs. But you're sure about that, right? Well, one of the Mountain Dogs looked at me, swallowed and then nodded to him. And how to explain R's corpse at the police station? Like I said, it's possible they made some kind of mistake. The autopsy isn't done yet. The body hasn't been confirmed to be Rika Furude. It could be just a rumor. You already said that. How many hours do you think have passed since that rumor has gotten to Tokyo? If we do something about this, Tokyo will... Takano realized that I was standing next to her and shut her mouth. I could already tell what she wanted to say, though. Major, there's a phone call from Nomura-sama in Tokyo. Damn it. I told her to give me a little more time. Nani usually has a lot of self-control, but she's not doing so well right now. And her body language just makes it clear how irritated she is. Does she have a habit of scratching herself? She folded her arms. I could see marks where nails touch her skin. She's clearly not doing well. Takano is rather occupied right now. I'll take it. Nomura-san, right? I've never talked to her, have I? Sorry, this phone call is for the Major. The Mountain Dogs look alternately between Takano and my faces. Dr. Irie, I have to take care of a few things. Could you please excuse yourself? Oh, sure. I understand. You're in charge of the Institute. I shouldn't say anything, huh? Somebody take him to the director's office. Hurry. She's basically telling me to get out. I left the security room quietly. Hello, this is Takano. Sorry to make you wait. Sorry to call you repeatedly. So did you find out anything else? I'm sorry. I've ordered my men to get to the bottom of this immediately. Then they are headed to the police station. I'm just waiting to hear from them. I see. So you should be hearing from them soon, right? What time do you think you can call us? I'll call you as soon as I find out something. It's hard to say what time, though. As soon as possible, of course. Major, have you ever been on an airplane before? Eh? Yes, of course. When an airplane takes off, an enormous amount of power is needed. That's why sometimes there's engine trouble during takeoff. If the plane hasn't sped up yet, All it has to do is slow down and abandon. Slow down and abandon the takeoff. But if it has already sped up, it's more dangerous to stop. So they go ahead and take to the air. A jet plane has 4 engines, so even if one engine breaks down, it can still fly without problems. It's the same with our operation. And there is more than one engine, so if we have enough speed, we'll go ahead with our plan. We'll figure out what to do later. But we are still only preparing to take off. Do you understand what I mean? The first step of the operation was Tomatake's assassination. That hasn't even happened yet, so what Nomura was saying was correct. If you already knew the plane you were on had a broken engine before it took off, what would you do? You'd get off, right? It's the same thing for us. Our clients want to get off the plane because they found out there was engine trouble before takeoff. If they're already at the point of no return, then a little mistake wouldn't matter that much. But since they're still before that point, they're overly cautious about even a tiny mistake. We are checking to see if it is in fact engine trouble as we speak. I know. You're like a traffic controller at a control tower. I'm like a flight attendant calming the passengers down. I'm doing my best to talk to them into staying on board, even though there's a chance the plane will never take off. If it takes too long to fix the problem, this flight may be cancelled completely. Major, that means your grandfather's work will be forever known as Madman's nonsense. Do you understand that? When one girl dies, all the villagers will go mad. That's just too silly. Where did you get such an idea? Sounds like some fantasy. What the hell? So stupid. Who in the world did Ifumi and Mio Takano think they are? It's just too funny. Tano ground her teeth. She squeezed the receptor so tightly her knuckles went white. Anyway, now do you understand what will happen? Do you get it? Your grandfather's honor depends on this, as does yours. Yes. Thank you for thinking about us. Don't worry, I'm your only ally. I'll help you achieve the ending that makes you happy. I'll be with you until the very end. So please find out if the information coming from the Okonomiya Police Department is true or false. I'll do my best, but it's not easy to deal with unhappy clients. I'm sorry to make you go through that. Please give me a little more time. Yes, goodbye. Takano made sure that Nomura hung up first and then hung up herself. Hasn't Okanogi called yet? Call him. Major, we just called 10 minutes ago. He's supposed to call as soon as he learns something. Why don't you take a little break? Your coffee is... A unit member tried to serve a cup of coffee to Takano, but she knocked it aside. The cup fell on the floor, making a black puddle. Everybody in the security room went silent. Damn it. Somebody bring a mop to clean up this mess. I don't care if we called 10 minutes ago. Call him again. Tell him to find proof that Rika Furude isn't dead, and also capture Tomatake. Takano was starting to realize something. By now she could sense that there was something behind Tomatake's disappearance. Tomatake must know something about what's happening at the Okonomiya police station. He might look dumb, but they somehow found out about the plan, and he was trying to mess with Takano. So Tomatake was clearly behind all of it. Yano had been intending to let him enjoy the festival that night if he behaved. The quickest way for Takano to be certain of what was happening would be to see Rika Furude's face at her house. But she couldn't leave and she couldn't trust Irie. Because there were too many people around the festival, the mountain dogs had their hands full. If she would answer the phone, that'd do, but she wouldn't answer. That meant the house was empty. That Rika Furude's death was real. What went wrong? Who deceived Takano? There was only one person. The person who claimed that he saw her at the house. Irie was the most suspicious person around. Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew this was... I feel that was like a hitch that they... Surely they would have figured out that they, That Chekhov's gun, I think, is about to go off, that mentioned the early, which is basically the signal that Irie is in danger, that Akasaka told them to use. This is about to go off. Left the hotel, and there was nowhere to be found, so maybe Rika had left her house and was hiding somewhere else. In other words, Irie had betrayed her and was in contact with Tomatake? Start observing Director Irie. What are you saying? That he's lying? Why would he do that, though? Tomatake must have noticed our plan. He left the hotel and told Rika to go somewhere safe. He's deceived us, and we've been observing an empty house. That house can't be empty. There's definitely somebody in there. Do you have proof that it's R? It's not her. That person is there simply to deceive the mountain dogs, only to make it look like Rika's home, that's it. Tell Okanoki to break into the R residence. I don't know who's in there. Whoever it is, they're connected to Tomatake and Rika. Put the heat on them. But we can't break into the R residence, not today. There's just too many festival goers around there. Can't break in until the festival is over, which is around midnight. That's why all of you are here, right? Just do something. Why can't you do what I tell you to do? Can't you follow my orders? Can you only follow my patron's orders? Oh. The unit members could only watch in silence. They knew that nothing could comfort her. The noise of the phone suddenly broke the silence. Takano practically jumped. Yes? What? Major, good news. Pro successfully got the number the research division in Tokyo is calling for their scheduled reports. The phone number is in Shishibone City. The mountain dogs are trying to pinpoint the address. It's Tomatake, it has to be. Skylark, gather your most capable men. He's being cautious, so don't make mistakes. Aaron, give them backup. Understood. Skylark 1 to all units. As soon as we get the address, we move in. Everyone get on board. Oh crap. Shit. Isn't our man for the phone company called yet? I'll look into it. Give me 5 minutes. It was 8:45 a.m. They didn't know where in Shishibone he was staying. Depending on where he was, it might be too far to get there before 9 a.m. Because that's the time when someone calls in. We'd have to depend on luck. Damn it. Do it in 50 seconds, not 5 minutes. What the hell is taking so long? He's just punching the numbers into the computer. We got it. The address is Osaka Block 1, Hotel Moderato. It's routing through the switch, so his room number's unknown. Did you hear that, Skylark? Got it. We're heading out. Lucky. Hirosaka Block 1 was close enough. Okanogi had been right. Tomatake was hiding nearby. The garage doors of Okanogi Gardeners opened one after another, and the white van sped off in a hurry. That piece of shit. It's our turn now. He didn't even think there could be someone working against him in the research division. Now it's our turn for a surprise attack. Hotel Moderato. Despite its name, it had a cheap stained sign out front. A dilapidated business hotel on the skirts of town, the perfect place for someone to lay low in. They might draw in some guests if they renovated the building into a more modern love hotel, but it was clear they didn't have the capital for renovations and could go under any minute. That's the kind of hotel it was. Tomatake was staying in one of the rooms on the second floor. The interior of the room was worse than his previous hotel. It only had a bed and a phone. But that phone was what he needed the most at the moment. If he didn't have to receive regular reports, he would keep changing hotels, which was safer. But he needed up-to-date information from the research division, and his course of action would change according to that information. Moving about unnecessarily might cause miscommunication in case of an emergency. Tomatake never suspected that there was a spy in the research division. The ticking sound from the clock echoed throughout the room. Oh crap. It's gonna get down to the wires, isn't it? It is almost 9 a.m., but the phone might not ring at 9 on the dot. Tomatake waited in front of the phone patiently. Tried to organize the information in his head so he could answer questions more calmly. At the same time, he kept in mind the possibility of an attack. That time, he heard a woman scream in the distance. It happened again. He heard another scream. Uh-oh. Please be able to do something. Got the sense that something was happening inside the hotel. His intuition told him that someone was checking every single room with a master key. Knocking open the curtain a little, he saw several mountain dogs who were blocking all the ways out of the hotel. How long had they been there? Finally, he had finally found where he was. Tomatake could hear their loud footsteps. He had heard voices too. This one's empty next. This cheap hotel wouldn't have chains on the doors. They had no means to fend off the master key. Tomatake could tell there were around 20 of them. No, maybe there was more. He no use to trying to fight with them. All he could do was hide. Under the bed, or in the bathroom. At the very least, the ceiling would open up, like in movies. Should he jump out the window? It was the second floor, after all. It's perfectly possible to survive a jump. They would be expecting that, however. If this was right on city grounds, he was confident in his legs it wouldn't be possible to outrun them. He soon heard footsteps outside his door. This was it. He jumped from the window. Of course, there were mountain dogs on the ground waiting for him. They pointed, and about 6 of them started running after him. Take shot off right from the position he landed in. This took the mountain dogs by surprise. Started to dash right after he jumped out the second floor window. Tomatake was prepared to do something like that. He had been training in case of an emergency just like this one. Skylark 10 to Skylark 1. We've located the target. He's running. We need assistance. Skylark 1 to Heron. The target is heading west, using the back alley. Stop him. Roger that. Heron 2, 3, and 4. Head on over there. Here he comes. That's him. Many members of the mountain dogs jumped out from behind the streetlight and stood in Tomatake's way. Prepared to stop him, but Tomatake kept running at full speed. They quickly realized he wasn't running towards them to knock them down. He was trying to run past them. There was no point in them taking a fighting position. They lowered themselves and tried to tackle him simultaneously. Now! Yeah! Tomatake jumped over them. He jumped over them like an Olympic athlete leaping over a hurdle. But he wasn't an Olympic athlete and they weren't hurdles. When his heel struck one of the dogs, the two flanking Tomatake thought they'd seized a hold of him. However, as he flew over them easily, he grabbed onto 2 of their heads and smashed them against each other. Tomatake knew that this wouldn't stop them, but at least he'd gain a little time to run. The target broke through the west intercept team. He's still running. Damn it. What are you doing? Harrington, go around the car, take the second left, and we'll get him at 9 o'clock. You okay? Shit. Don't let him get away. What strength? Shit, my nose is bleeding. Tomatake saw a van with its door wide open ahead of him. Couldn't stop in time, and it hit the wall. As soon as it stopped, several mountain dogs jumped out of the van. Stop him no matter what. Stop him! Come on, there are 5 of us. Tomatake saw 5 men ahead of him, but he didn't think even those 5 could stop him. Why do trains sound their horn at people on the rails? It's not because the train will get damaged, it's because the people will get hurt. Get away! He yelled at them like the horn on a train. He wasn't warning them because they were in his way. He was warning them to move out so they didn't get hurt. How many we are? We outnumber him 5 to 1. Don't tell me we can't stop him. No way. There's no way you can get past us. Let's go! Tomatake didn't grin. After all, trains don't grin. Capture Tomatake. Really? Didn't take that long. But ask him... No! Don't kill him, okay? Bring him over here. We'll kill him afterwards, but I've already got a great way for him to go. The phone continued to ring inside of Tomatake's empty hotel room. Within 30 minutes, Tomatake was dragged through the back door to the Erie Institute, wearing a gag and handcuffs. Tomatake didn't even move, as though he was sedated. The Mountain Dog members had carried him out of the van. Irie saw Tomatake from his window and came out of his office in a hurry. Takano was already there. What's going on here, Takano-san? The Mountain Dog silently glared at Irie. Irie, you should have made the call to Akasaka. Didn't see Shiro-san for a while, so I became worried and had the Mountain Dogs look for him. It was a good thing I did, because look, he's gone terminal. He's developed terminal symptoms? Are you sure? Of course, Tomatake didn't reply. Irie decided not to say any more. I see. It's very unfortunate. Let's give him some medication as soon as we can. Of course, I hope it's not too late. Hehe. Irie already knew. The mountain dogs had tracked him down. Irie wasn't sure if Tomatake was able to arrange something with Tokyo. He wasn't even sure if the bloodhounds had been called in. Guessed that Tomatake didn't have time. If the bloodhounds were called in, the mountain dogs would catch that information. If that was the case, they would likely drop everything and run. If Tomatake was captured, then they brought him back to the Institute. That meant it hadn't gotten that far and they were still trying to fix the damage. In other words, Tomatake wasn't able to do what they had hoped for. What were they going to do with Tomatake? Since they brought him back alive, were they planning to torture a confession out of him? It would be very dangerous for him. He'd likely end up dead. Or is that he had to do something in Tomatake's place. The main reason why Irie had to rescue Tomatake was because he had no way of contacting Tokyo on his own. Takano wanted Irie to be useless, so she never told him about how to get in touch with Tokyo. Irie could receive phone calls from Tokyo, but he could only call them through Takano. Therefore, Tomatake was the key. Unless Irie rescued him, they couldn't possibly win. But Irie wasn't like the mountain dogs. He was simply a researcher. There was no Irie could rescue Tomatake from such a high-security area. There were 8 mountain dogs in the building, and there were usually only 2, but Takano had called in more. Which basically means he needs to get Akasaka there. Of course, the basement was a highly secured area, and one needed an access card to get in. That card was only given to people in Irie's position. In addition to the access card, one would need a fingerprint match as well. The access card alone wouldn't do it. Therefore, the only person who could rescue Tomatake from that high-security basement was Irie. So, even if it was impossible, Irie had to do it. He pinched his hands into his fists and held them tight to encourage himself, but he only noticed that his fists were shaking. Irie, did you forget? He remembered what Akasaka had told him. It's very hard to anticipate your own danger. You can't underestimate. You might not even get a chance to make the phone call. Something odd that's an emergency. Knowing the seriousness of the conspiracy, they won't hesitate to kill us. Please be very careful. Ray felt the cold sweat pooling on his back. Is this the emergency he's talking about? If this isn't, then what is? He shouldn't think that it was still okay. He might lose the chance to run. As that trying to do something by himself was foolish. He had a security access card, true. That didn't mean he had to rescue Tomatake by himself. Just like how everyone else was trying to combine their efforts, he should ask for help. Also, Tomatake was in their hands, which meant that the mountain dogs had realized they were under attack, were preparing to counter. It's very possible that they were suspicious of Irie, too. If they broke into Rika's house, Irie's lies would be exposed. Indeed, this was the emergency Akasaka was talking about. Irie had realized that. He was already in danger. He needed to leave immediately. Onozaki residence was their gathering spot in case of an emergency. His allies were congregating at the Sonozaki residence. He should explain the situation to them and think about how to rescue Tomatake. Takano probably wouldn't kill Tomatake immediately. She was intending to kill him that night as the 5th year's curse. So there was still a little time left. He had allies. With his security access card, there was still a chance to rescue him. Irie had to let Akasaka know that he was escaping. They become suspicious of Irie. They would check the house, and Akasaka would be in danger too. In other words, it could cause a chain reaction. Irie didn't miss his last chance to escape, but he still had to do his final job. He picked up the phone on his desk, called Rika's home number, and left. It would continue to ring like that, sounding the emergency signal. Ray thought back to when he wondered how long he was going to stay in this director's room. He never knew this day would come so suddenly. He noticed the framed picture of his parents on his desk. Irie had become a doctor so he could clear up the misunderstandings between his parents and regain his family ties. But how did he get involved in something like this? No. He would return and continue the fight against Shimizawa syndrome. He vowed to himself that he would never abandon that responsibility. I'll be back, Mom and Dad. He said his final goodbye and left the director's office. Major, There's a call from the director's office to an outside number. The phone number is the R residence. Eh? What does that mean? Can you listen in? Of course. I'll put it over the speaker. The members flipped a switch. There was the sound of a ringtone. Is the director calling that house now? The R really is at home and he's trying to let her know that Tomitake has been captured. That might be it. He has no idea we're listening in. What was Irie going to talk about? Takano waited patiently to eavesdrop on the conversation. And there was nothing but a ringtone. It had been over 30 seconds. There was no answer. Nobody was home. Rector sure is patient. I guess he's sure that she's home. Major, the director on the security camera at the back door. Black and white quad display monitor showed Irie running out the back door. What's going on? It's calling from the director's room. Kano became utterly confused, but the ringtone continued. Could it be? Kano finally realized what was going on. It's a trap. He knew we were listening in, so he made a fake call. Irie is a traitor. Catch him. Security room on the first floor. Stop Director Irie. The target is heading to the staff parking lot from the back door. Two mountain dogs were playing cards in the security room on the first floor jumped into action. It was located next to the back door, so Irie was still within reach. Irie had made a serious mistake. He could have left the clinic during the 30 seconds Takano and her men were listening to the ringtone. But when he got to the parking lot, he realized he forgot his car key on his desk, the director's office, so he had to go back and get it. It was only at this point he realized he shouldn't have gone back. He should have escaped on foot. But Irie wasn't used to emergencies, unlike Akasaka. It was a typical mistake any normal person who had never gone through anything dangerous would make. Although he made mistakes, he didn't forget to call Akasaka. People usually become extremely clumsy when they're in a rush. All he had to do was turn the key, but he couldn't even do that smoothly. He kept turning the key. Finally, the engine started. Still thought he was all right. One of them questioned him. All he would say that he was going out to get something. Released the handbrake with his sweaty left hand. He saw two of the mountain dashing out the back door. Someone looked around. Irie's eyes met with one of theirs in the rear-view mirror. He pointed at Irie's car, and the two of them started running towards it. Looked extremely serious, and certainly not like they were chasing after him to return to drop pin. Ooh. His body was soaked with sweat. Two of them could jump on the car. Irie stomped on the gas pedal, and the car took off after spinning its wheels. Of course, the dogs didn't give up. They got into their own cars and started to chase after Irie. Security base. The director is on the run in his car. Do you want us to force him to stop? Major, this is Takano. He's probably headed to the Furude Shrine. There are too many people there, so it'll be impossible to catch him. Fine, don't worry about injuries. Don't let him go. Stop him by any means necessary. Roger that. We'll force him to stop. Send backup just in case, over. Roger that. We'll send Nightingale as backup. But don't wait for them. Stop him right now. The mountain dogs has Irie's car in their view as it ran away at full speed. They had to find a perfect spot and timing to stop him. It's not easy to drive a car when you're in a rush. Of course, the more you step on a gas pedal, the more speed you gain. But when you're in a hurry, you can't control the steering wheel well enough to escape quickly. Irie could see his pursuers in the rear-view mirror, and was completely distracted by that. He was driving carelessly. His driving was so reckless that he could easily get into an accident on his own. As the fear was driving him into confusion, he made a wrong turn, and that mistake made him even more confused and panicked. Come on, Director. You're going to lose your license for driving like that. Although the guys were ordering to stop him, they're starting to think Ira is going to get in an accident without them doing anything. They'd rather not drag this into a car chase if they didn't have to. This is Phoenix 1. Security vehicle, come in. Commander, security vehicle here. We're still chasing him. We're on the path through the forest near the 5th District, not sure of the exact location. We're heading your way as backup, as per HQ's orders. Estimated time of arrival is in 15 minutes. Don't wait for us. I don't think we'll be there in time. Konogi grumbled. He had to leave Okonomiya in a hurry to respond to Major Princess. Because of the distance, there was no way he could get there in time. Even so, he was still ordered to provide backup. Could have explained it, but the princess wouldn't have listened to him anyway. The mountain dogs who were with Okanogi smiled bitterly. In which direction are you heading? The worst case scenario, we'll end up leaving town. Don't let him. We'll comb the hills for him, so break his legs. Is there anyone else? Any weapons? It's in the middle of the forest. There's nobody around. We have one submachine gun in the security vehicle. The guy in the passenger seat reclined it. Climbed into the back. He lifted one of the seats and took out a black machine gun. The paint on one corner was coming off, and the shiny silver metal was exposed. It was a machine gun, but it didn't look as powerful as an ordinary one. However, once the dog extended his shoulder stock and set it in place, the weapon looked far more vicious. It's an MP5, correct? Is it an A5 or an SD3? The man in the backseat looked at the uniquely shaped gun barrel. It was thick and long. It's SD3. It has a silencer as well. You're allowed to fire. Shred his tires with a full burst. Roger that. We're attacking. The guy in the back seat opened up the driver's side back window and leaned out of the car. Sharp eyes aimed at one of the tires on Irie's vehicle. It was a straight road. Irie's car was weaving, but not enough to avoid a shot. Pursuers had his car in their sights. They were trying to get as close to Irie's car as possible. They were afraid they might get caught if overturned. They soon decided that this was as close as they were going to get. Going to fire on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, fire! The sound of the machine gun is a lot quieter than what people would imagine. But its power was unimaginable. One of the tires on Irie's car was cut to shreds and collapsed in a puff of white smoke. Because one tire collapsed all of a sudden, Irie lost control of his car. Tried to steer away, but that made things even worse. As it spun, Irie's car drove off the shoulder of the road and slipped down the slope into the forest. Sound of trees breaking and the car being battered from every direction disappeared down the slope. The pursuers stopped their car and looked down after it. The plants were growing so high it was impossible to check from there. The attack was a success. The target vehicle went down the slope. It's possible that the driver is dead. We'll search on foot. Phoenix 1, roger. Nightingale is in the area. If you're lucky, you'll run into them. We aren't even close. I'm counting on you. Good luck. Roger. Ending transmission. Let's go. The mountain dogs left their car and headed into the woods without hesitation. Akasaka had received the phone signal from Irie. The phone rang for over 3 minutes. The signal told Akasaka that Irie was in some kind of emergency, and that Akasaka himself was in danger now. Takano made a mistake. She didn't realize the phone ring itself was the signal. She assumed someone staying at the house would pick up the phone eventually. Her area allowed Akasaka to perceive that extremely important forewarning. Saka waited for exactly 3 minutes, then ran downstairs quickly. He had already put his shoes on while listening to the phone ringing. Akasaka had memorized the layout of the town from the map he'd kept near the phone. He knew the shortest route to the Sonozaki residence, as well as a number of alternative routes just in case the shortest one was already blocked. People would be surprised to see a stranger coming out of the house, but Akasaka didn't care about that at the moment. He had to get to the Sonozaki residence immediately. However, the observers would see him and that was a problem. They'd soon come after him. Upon finding the house empty, they'd assumed the man who ran from it knew something. Once Akasaka left Rika's house, he had to be prepared to fight. He relaxed his shoulders and reached for the doorknob. Major, there's a message from the unit observing the R residence. Suspicious man just exited the house. A man? Who is it? Actually, I don't care. Just catch him. Loud and clear. We'll pursue and stop him. It was only 10 a.m. It was a lively morning. People were getting ready for the festival. Akasaka weaved through the people going in the opposite direction and ran down the stairs leading from the shrine. The mountain dogs were already chasing after him, and there was a significant gulf between the happy faces on the villagers and the serious faces on Akasaka and his pursuers. He could hear them coming up behind him. He didn't even need to turn around to check. Akasaka held his breath, focusing all of his senses to their limits, as he sprinted even faster than he usually could with all his might. The success rate of an escape depends on the distance between the pursuer and the pursued. Even a little distance makes a difference. Akasaka ran down to the bottom of the stairs like the wind, then headed in the opposite direction, away from the Sonozaki residence. Of course, this wasn't a mistake of his. He just wanted to lose them. Shit. What speed? Does he have wings on his feet or what? The observers weren't ready for this chase. They never expected a fast and fully grown man to run out of the house. They assumed it would be a little girl. That assumption was their mistake. Besides, Akasaka's locomotive-like power was nothing like that of normal people. There was no way they could catch him. The mountain dogs fell for Akasaka's trick. They called HQ, told that he was headed in the opposite direction, and followed him that way. Akasaka was confident that he could have had them completely confused if he had a little more time. Not only that, he could have attacked them individually. Were there 3 pursuers? No, there were probably 4 of them. His mind, body, and skills were all in top condition, so it should be possible for him. Usually, overrating oneself is dangerous, but Akasaka was above such an immature level. Resisting violently at a place other than his destination might prompt them to waste manpower and time. But Akasaka wasn't sure of the real meaning of Irie's phone signal. They were at a severe level of emergency. Akasaka had no time to waste, so he had to get to the Sonozaki residence. As Akasaka ran as fast as he could, he tried to think about the situation calmly. Did he attack them first and then head to the Sonozaki residence? The pursuers were scattered about and running out of breath. It would not be easy to fight 4 men at the same time, but it would be different to take them one-on-one. When Akasaka decided he had a high enough chance of winning, he took a deep breath and made a U-turn around a street light. What? The mountain dogs were surprised to see that the man who was running away from them was now running towards them. They prepared themselves to fight. Before Akasaka even reached them, he already had everything all planned out in his head. He had calculated how many blows would be required to take them all out. But his calculations were wrong. Without even needing a second blow, the first pursuer dropped after one of Akasaka's legendary armor-piercing punches connecting with his face. And while the first was still in the air, his second armor-piercing punch took out the second pursuer. There was a chorus of cicadas, which woke Irie up. He needed a little time to realize what had just happened. Also, I think I figured out something during that sequence, actually. I have a theory that Rika, if she in fact does die, that the villagers actually don't, that if the Queen Kira dies, that actually the villagers don't go crazy. Because there was a timeline where Rika dies, she gets killed by Shion, and somehow Hinamizawa doesn't get gotted after that. So it means, and because of the way it was, because she just kind of disappeared, then that would mean they didn't find out she was dead until way after. So sure, Takano's patrons were quite mad with her, I'm guessing is what happened with her. So, that's what I'm thinking, but I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened, because that was something that did strike me. Anyway, he needed a little time to realize what had just happened. His seatbelt had saved him from serious injury. However, it was sheer luck that the metal parts of the seatbelt didn't get tangled and that the door didn't become warped. He was on the bottom of the slope, near a different forest road. Irie endured the pain and removed his seatbelt. He got out of his car soon after. He heard someone walking towards him through the bushes. A pursuer. Couldn't get caught just yet. If captured, it would be impossible to rescue Tomitake. Not only that, Nobody would ever know that Tomotage was captured in the basement of the clinic. Oh, please let it be someone. Let's catch a break. Even though Irie knew he was helpless, he couldn't falter here. The thing he could do was resist him and run out for as long as he could. As soon as he started to run, Irie realized it. He had no strength. His legs were shaking and he couldn't even see straight. He'd only been stepping on the gas pedal, but his lungs were about to explode and his brain was lacking in oxygen. It had to be that certain type of exhaustion that came immediately after hyperarousal. He understood that intellectually, but still couldn't get his body moving. He tried to run, albeit in a wobbly way. He heard a noise coming down the slope behind him. This was it. But Irie still tried to run as far as he could. Security HQ, we found him. He's injured. We'll capture him. I heard the voice of his pursuer. Shit, he thought, what can I do? I have to run, I have to. Wait, what? Carve into your hearts the spirit of retreat. Shion-san, what's that song you've been singing? Don't you know? It's really popular nowadays. My apologies. I'm rather ignorant one. Oh my gosh, it's Shion and the... what's-his-face? The guy that's kind of serves as our bodyguard. They're gonna stumble upon this. My apologies. Rather ignorant when it comes to pop music. There was a wrecked car ahead. White smoke was still visible, so the accident must have just happened. Kasai, yes, Kasai, that's it. Kasai slows down. What is it? Oh, jeez. Isn't that the coach? Their car stopped. The sound of the brake startled Irie, and he fell on his behind. It was obviously the one who had been in the accident. Hey, coach, is that your car? Shion-san. Are you alright, Dr. Irie? You should go see a doctor. We'll take the coach to the clinic so he can treat himself, huh? Haha. You stand up. I'll take you there. No, not the clinic. I can't go there. I have to go to the Sonozaki residence. Coach, what's going on? This isn't good. Sai looked at Irie's car, then looked around the area. Then he whispered to Shion. Shion-san, you must be in some kind of trouble. What kind? There are bullet holes in Dr. Irie's car, and they don't seem to be from an ordinary handgun. Really? You take that end. Let's get him into the main house. Two of them loaded Irie into the back seat, got in the car, and left her. Okay, thank goodness. We have to ask the coach what's going on. He can't go back to the clinic. I wonder what he means. It sounded like he was running away from someone there, but I don't know. It's obvious that he's involved in something dangerous. Hey, where are you going? Shin was confused as to why. Kasai suddenly made a wrong turn. Irie's pursuer aimed for the tire of his car. They wanted to capture him alive. His pursuers are likely close by. Are they after us? There's no car behind us and nothing in the air. In this area would be impossible to follow unless they're tailing us. I'm going to make another left turn just to be safe. And then head to the main house. Could you watch what happens behind us? You got it. Security to HQ. The target was picked up by a civilian vehicle. I'm sending the license plate number and the car model. Roger that. Nightingale, your target is a civilian vehicle now. Search for it immediately. Try to capture Dr. Irie alive. Neutralize the civilians as well. Dead or alive. You sure we're going to find him? Don't worry. There's a tracking device on the director's coat. Nightingale's vehicle can catch the signal, and then they can pinpoint where he is. He is lying in the back seat wearing his white coat. There's a device on his collar. The security department put it there just in case. So no matter how hard Shion tried to look for anyone following them, the enemy already knew exactly where they were. This is Nightingale 3. We found the vehicle. Just made a turn by the watermill. There was a map of Hinamizawa on the table in the security room. The path by the watermill led to a certain private property. It belonged to the Sonozaki family. The Sonozaki residence was the only building on it. Major! Hehe. Oh my, like rats in a trap. This is Phoenix 1. Nightingale, don't head in yet. Phoenix will join you in just a little bit. We'll go in together. This is Nightingale 1, understood. Okie dokie. Don't give them any time. Why don't you let Nightingale go in? Bad connection. Nobody listens to me. The Sonozaki family basement had a security system which displayed images captured from the various security cameras on the property. Of course, it wasn't as high-tech as the one at the Erie Institute. It was in the room on the second floor of a Gasho house, a Japanese-style room where you had to kneel to avoid hitting your head. With bundles of wires snaking away from the monitors, it felt like a hidden chamber. There was electricity and a phone nearby, and although it was in a basement, it had all of the basic amenities of the Sonozaki residence. At first, all the club members had watched the monitor curiously, but after a while it got too hot in such a tiny room. Mion and Reina stayed in the room to observe the monitor. Mia-chan, look, there's a car. That's Kasai-san's car. It's probably Shion. I bet she came because the festival is today. Geez, why'd she have to come now? I don't have time for her. Their granny had been at the shrine since the early morning, so there was nobody upstairs to answer the door. Mion didn't answer it. Shion would think that nobody was home. Mion wondered if she should tell Shion what was going on. Shion could be helpful sometimes. Kasai's car stopped in front of the gate. Someone was getting out of it. Huh? Mi-chan, isn't that the coach? What? He saw Shion and Kasai holding Eri on the monitor. They see something serious had happened. Let's move. Reina, Kei-chan, come with me. Satoko, watch the monitor. Rika-chan, don't come up. Hanyu, make sure Rika-chan doesn't move. Leave it to me. I've got it. That's not fair. Maybe Okanogi had made the right decision. If he had let Nightingale go in as Takano had ordered, it would have been on the monitor. But Okanogi ordered them to stand by until another unit arrived, so they waited. So Mion didn't notice that the enemy was about to attack. By this time, there were many vehicles belonging to the Mountain Dogs parked by the windmill. Okanogi and Phoenix One had joined with Nightingale, and they were getting ready to head in. However, it had been a good idea to leave Satoko to watch the monitor. Mion hadn't gone out. Iri would have been killed. Mion didn't know it yet, but Iri was their only hope of rescuing Tomitake. So as a result, entirely by circumstance, they did everything correctly. Sis, I wonder if she'd gone to the shrine already. Shion. Where'd you come from? You were in the basement, weren't you? I'll tell the hag you were playing down there. Who cares about that? How's the coach? Coach! Is he alive? Shion troubled you? What's going on? Shi-chan, listen well. It's like this. Coach, what happened? Sorry, the Mountain Dog got Tomitake-san. He's in the clinic's basement. I got into an accident while they were chasing me. Iri explained everything he could, enduring the pain. Everyone was happy to see him safe, but Mion's expression quickly grew stern. Then she asked Shion a question. Oh, thank you for the fluid check. Is anyone after you? Nobody was following us. Come on, let's go in. I have a bad feeling. They heard the sound of a car approaching, and it wasn't alone. Could it be at this time of day? It was a waste of precious seconds to even think about that. Idiot. You idiot, they are after you, Shion. I'm telling you, nobody was following us. Sai picked up both sisters and ran through the gate. Let's go to the basement, it'll be safe there. Mion-san, there are a lot of strange cars approaching. I know. Go back to the basement. I'll shut the door. Where's Rika-chan? She went into the secret room with Hanyu-san. This is Nightingale 6. We found the target. One of ours friends are there, too. Catch up on the VOD tomorrow. Gotta go to bed. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you have a good night. Oh, don't worry about it. It happens. Especially if you're on a mobile device, it's easy to accidentally hit a button that you don't want to. How am I doing on time? I seriously don't know how long this subchapter is going to last. It's the part of the issue. If you have saved Safe and fun travels. Oh, thank you. I'll still be streaming Friday and then probably Saturday. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. You have a good sleep. Yeah. I'll be leaving on my trip on Sunday, so. Let's see. R is hiding there, I know. Right. Shiro-san. Ugh. Tomitake was lying on the floor of the security room. His hands and legs were cuffed, and there was another pair of handcuffs to connect them, leaving him bent backwards on the floor. Couldn't get up or even turn around. Sakano laughed and poked Tomitake's side with the toe of her shoe. The mountain dog climbed over the fence easily. There was no need for anyone to explain at this point. It was obvious that they were the enemy, and that they were the mountain dogs that Rika had spoken about many times. They went through the grove of trees and headed for the entrance of the underground storehouse. The first 5 mountain dogs were supposed to capture them all, but they fell down one after another. Just as one of the mountain dogs started to wonder why they fell, he felt something on his leg. The next moment, he was flying through the air. Shit! As he stood up, his leg got pulled again. He realized then there was a rope wrapped around his leg. Because of the way he fell, the rope was wrapped around tightly around it, and it wouldn't come off easily. Be careful, there are traps in the bushes. Satoko had set up lots of traps in the bushes. After all, she wouldn't just sit around all day on an empty property. The clan members headed into the underground storehouse one after another. The mountain dog couldn't do anything, although they did see them. I'm closing the door. Come on, help me. Here we go. It was a heavy door, but when they put their strength together, it closed easily. Mion locked the door quickly, putting on the deadbolt for good measure. Do you think there'll be enough? Don't you think they'll break this door? Don't you think? I saw 5 or 6, perhaps even more cars on the monitor. They're all vans, and I saw strange men inside of them. I don't think this door will be broken that easily, but I imagine they're used to doing things like this. We shouldn't underestimate them. Or I could even finish speaking. Someone pounded on the door. A group of mountain dogs had arrived. Although the heavy door was separating them, it wasn't at all comforting to know that the enemy was just on the other side. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. You haven't done anything wrong. Let's go farther in. Let's find out how many there are on the monitor. Okay, fine, leave me out of this. I'm just an outcast. Oh, shut up. I'll explain when I have 5 minutes to spare. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1. The targets are in the basement. There's a steel door here and we can't break through. Phoenix 1, roger that. Shit, this Sonozaki family must be so rich. The property is too huge for us to surround, so we won't even try. Let's join Nightingale. Nightingale, knock some trees down. We'll use them to ram down the door. Phoenix 7 to Phoenix 1. We have some plastic explosives for indoor use. Do you want us to get them ready? Plastic explosives are explosive for military use. There are various different kinds, but he was talking about the type specifically made to break down doors. Novi momentarily thought it was a good idea, but changed his mind right away. This was a small village. If there was an explosion, everybody would hear. It was daytime. They were on the surface. It was the worst time and place for the mountain dogs to do their job. An explosion isn't a good idea. Wait a minute. What time is it now? It's almost 10 a.m. I see. X7 will do it. Get the fuse ready. Huh? Commander, what does 10 a.m. have to do with an explosion? Kanogi's mind was working sharper than ever. He was sure that this would work. And gathered in the secret room. Is everyone okay? Oh, they're watching the monitor. There are about 30 guys out there. Not many. That's not good. Can I see? Look, they don't know what to do. Man touched the switch. The screen switched to the view of entrance to the basement. The mountain dogs were checking out the door. They didn't appear to be trying to force it open. They were simply at a loss for what to do. What do you think they'll do now? I think they're trapped. They think we're trapped rats in here. So I'm sure they're going to try breaking open the door. The heck? What are they doing with that log? They must be thinking of using it as a battering ram. Satoko just said they're assuming we're trapped rats. Get out of here while they're trying to open the door. I agree. Besides, we have to rescue Tomatake-san. You're right. No matter how strong the door is, we'll be in big trouble if they find us. It's time for us to escape. Sis, you think we should call the police? Oh yeah, completely forgot about that. It's been a spot at the police station over years, as there really isn't much you can do at this point anyway. Sure, Oishi will come right over. Mion picked up the phone. Might she thought about this earlier. What? What's the matter? They already cut the phones. Panicked as she tried to listen for a dial tone. The phone? What's going on? I don't hear anything. Must have cut the line. What? Suddenly everything went dark. Was this a power failure? Sai lit his cigarette lighter, and Mion turned her emergency flashlight on. This is the drawback about a basement. But they won't be able to see either, right? I know, but they might have some kind of device that lets them see in the dark. Don't you think? Mion-san, why do you think they cut the electricity? They just going on the offensive? If nothing else. Work to turn the security system off. We're checking out the door. Didn't give up. They have a way to destroy the door and they don't want us to notice it. That's why they cut the electricity. Are they going to blow up the door? The door can be destroyed in a second, so we can't stay here, right? Mi-chan, let's get out of here. Show us the way to the hidden escape route. This way, everyone. Mion was getting confused amidst all the chaos. She hadn't underestimated the mountain dogs. She even considered that they would have some explosives. But she didn't think they would use them in Himizawa in broad daylight. Somebody will hear the explosion. Is there even such a thing as a silent explosive? What a rough bunch. They're not even concerned with minor risks. This is a crazy situation. The mountain dogs are always very, very careful. I don't know about Takano-san, but there is no way Okanogi would allow an explosion in the middle of the day. Yet they're still going to do it, huh? They got guts. Don't know much about them. Just like a silence on the gun, aren't there like silent explosives? No way. No matter what you do, an explosion sounds like an explosion. Oh, I get it. Staff member for the festival, aren't you, Coach? What time do they let people know that the festival is going to take place? I'm pretty sure it's 10 a... Ah. Ow, 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 ow. Just like a track and field day? If you want to hide a tree, hide it in the forest, huh? Rika knew Okanogi well. He would always complain about how he had to guard her like she was a princess. Rika had never expected Okanogi to be so sharp. That was why she was more frustrated than anyone else. The mountain dogs had quickly set explosives on the basement door. Long wires were connected to the explosives, and the mountain dogs were waiting at the other end, lying flat on the ground. One of the members was holding a detonation switch. All the wires were linked to it. It's almost 10. This morning I thought it was bad luck. This happened on the day of the Watchinagashi festival. But now I'm glad about it. I realized that he could use the festival effectively. He's going to make sure his enemies got what they deserved. The morning of a village event. They use fireworks to let everyone know that an event is going to take place that day. This method is often used for track and field days at schools. Since Watchinagashi starts in the evening, the fireworks go up at 10 a.m. Fireworks, of course, make loud explosive noises. Since Himizawa is located in a ravine, the sound echoes, making it hard to figure out where it's coming from. And that was advantage for the mountain dogs. Now. Loud noise and a shock shook the ground like an earthquake. The explosion must have warped support beams everywhere. There was a discomforting squeaky noise and dust fell from the ceiling. It certainly was powerful. The explosion must have blown the door wide open. Explosion that took place without anyone noticing it. Come on, this way. Ian led everyone into one of the rocky caves. There was a well-hidden shaft in there. They called it a hidden well, but it was actually a very eerie vertical tunnel. They didn't have enough flashlights for everyone, so there was no way for them to see the entirety of this ominous hidden well. Are you telling us to go down there? How far does it go? There's a horizontal tunnel crossing after about 30 meters. You can get into the mountains through that tunnel. Okay, why don't you go first, sis? You know the way around here better than anyone else. Huh? Do I have to? Who else? Sign I'll be the rear guard. Come on, hurry up. Okay. I'm getting deja vu here. Mion going in the well before she... Mion was going to volunteer to take the rear. But Mion and Shion knew instinctively. Because there were so many of them, the rear might not make it in time. Like the iron door at the entrance, once the enemies were inside, all they'd have to do was to go through the inner doors, which were easily breakable. The route was basically a straight line. They probably won't get lost on their way. That's why Shion took the rear guard position before Mion did. Actually, after all, she was actually the older sister. Shion wanted to protect her younger sister, who was playing the older sister in this real emergency. Mion intuitively knew what Shion was thinking. Mion understood well the relationship between her sister and herself. She wasn't the only one who felt guilty for taking the older sister's position. Shion felt guilty for making Mion take on the responsibility of the family head. And here, finally, was a chance for Shion to atone. Mion-san, do you have the key to the armory? Now was the time to open it. Mion silently threw over the key. Masai and Shion took it and ran deep into the rock tunnel. Listen, everyone. It's about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. If you fall, that's it for you. It's dark, so be very careful as you go down. If you end up waiting, make sure to light the way for the others, okay? I think only one or two can go down at the same time. I'll go first. Come on, give me some light. Yun-san, be careful. The ones with the flashlights, you be careful too. The lights were on, they could have gone down quickly. There were actually a few light bulbs inside of the well. Of course, Mion had already checked them. It was now certain that the enemy had cut the power to the basement. It's extremely dangerous to go down this well with just a little light from the flashlight. As one went down, there had to be people lighting up the way. Mion was right. She realized as she went down herself that it was impossible to go down the ladder without the weak light from the flashlights. The lights didn't reach all the way down. In the darkness, her feet suddenly became unsteady. Every step she took made her more nervous. It's about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. It's quite deep enough already. But the hidden well went deeper than that. If Mion fell, she wouldn't just injure herself. Has it been 30 meters yet, she thought? Couldn't even remember how long 30 meters was. She missed the horizontal tunnel already? At the time, she felt a cool breeze on her body. She could sense a huge hole nearby, so she took out a flashlight to light the surrounding area. She saw the black tunnel yawning before her. Okay, here I go. Okay, I found the tunnel. Rika-chan, come down. Mion lit the way from below. Okay, you're up. You're next, Rika-chan. Coach, you go next, then Hanyu, then Satoko, okay? Let's move. May wanted to say that he would go last, but Reina gave the order first. He couldn't get into the basement of the clinic without Irie. Without him, they couldn't rescue Tomatake. Their lives were all equally important, but at least for the moment, his was the second most vital after Rika. Please be careful. I'll light your way. Okay, come on everyone, hurry up. Rika! It was much shorter than Mion. She couldn't go down the ladder as easily. Her legs were too short and her left foot slipped. I'm okay. Damn it, I'm sick of this life where I never grow up. Pass through June of 1983, and I'll grow taller. My boobs will get bigger. I won't stay like this forever. Though she had been living for over 100 years, Rika was still afraid of heights. As she fought that fear, she tried to climb down as quickly as possible. After a while, the light from the top didn't reach her anymore, and Mion's light from below lit her way. Mion's light was enough. The next person could come down. Okay, whoever's next can go. Okay, Coach, you're up next. Grown man, so go down quickly. Alright, I'll go next. The mountain dogs moved forward carefully, wearing special goggles so they could see in the dark. The one in front noticed Satoko's trap and stopped the rest of the men. Nightingale 7 and Nightingale 1, I just found a wire trap. Be careful coming in. Roger that. Phoenix 1, there are more traps. Why don't we turn the lights back on? And yet that'll only help them escape more easily. They must have problems trying to escape in this darkness. We have to give them as much trouble as possible. Corner them in the darkness and we'll get them. This is a huge cave system. There must be another way out. They won't try to hide, but they'll try to escape. Give the assault unit some firearms, bulletproof shields, and grenades. The Sonozakis are basically a major Yakuza family. Assume they can counter us with smuggled guns. Which means watch out for those tripwires and claymores. Unless you want to end up with thousands of lead pills in your body. They'll shred you apart. Roger. Those traps were effective only because they were professionals. Satoko had assumed any professionals would misinterpret our chaps as more dangerous ones. That was why she ran wires everywhere. And Satoko was right. Although the mountain dogs were successful at breaking down the iron door, they hadn't even reached the torture room. However, the huge cave with the hidden well was just on the other side of the door to the torture room, and it was just a matter of time before the enemy caught them. Okay, Reina, you're next. Yep. Come down in a hurry too, Keiichi-kun. Kei-chan, how's it up there? Reina's coming down right now. She's moving right along. Okay, don't fall. I'm gonna say that all the people who ever opposed the Sonozaki family were dumped into this well. It's a bottomless pit. What? Shion, what the heck are you carrying around? Shion had returned with a big machine gun in her hand. What the heck, Keiichi thought. It's one of those machine guns they used in war movies. Its defining characteristic is the way the magazine is bent forward. What's it called again? Kasai had one on his hands, too. Appeared used to handling machine guns. It almost didn't look real. Seemed like a natural fit for this surreal world lit only by flashlights. Keiichi felt the odd one out here since he didn't know how to use a gun. Shion and Kasai had hit on opposite sides of the cave so they could see the entrance to the torture room. Not only Kasai, but Shion also seemed used to doing things like that. Shion, I'll do that. So why don't you go down next? Thank you for the manly offer, Kei-chan. But it'd be quicker if you went down swiftly than if I had to explain how this Kalashnikov works. Don't worry. A pretty girl like me will never die. Shion winked at Keiichi. They heard a door being knocked down nearby. Immediately, Shion and Kasai looked stern. They took cover behind the rocks, aiming their guns into the darkness. The enemies had entered the torture room. There was a flashlight next to the door. Kasai had left it there. The mountain dogs seemed to be able to see in the darkness even though they couldn't. So it was an improvised solution. Footsteps of the mountain dogs were growing closer. They were passing through the torture room. In other words, the door was the only thing separating them from their enemies. Keiichi-kun, hurry! Shion, you go first. Shion-san. Something happens to you and I live. My sister will never forgive me for that. I don't have my loved one anymore, but she does. Huh? What are you talking about now, of all times? Don't plan to die, but please tell Shion this. I want us to be twins again in the next life. Get going. Shion Yun telling Keiichi to move on. To understand why Shion said to tell Shion. But she asked him so he had to convey that message. Otherwise, if something terrible happened, Shion's message would never reach Mion. Explosion shook the air. Something was thrown in from the torture room. The explosion from that and the noise from Kasai's machine guns sounded at the same time. The clamor echoed in the cave. All I can do as those violent flashes of light burned the series of images into my eyes. I shed tears over my own intolerable powerlessness and climbed down the ladder. Mion quickly screamed from below. I descended and screamed up to the top too. Night 1, they attacked us. The enemies are trying to stop us from the huge cave on the other side of the torture room. There were 2 muzzle flashes, probably AKs. Whatever it is, he's a professional. Phoenix 1, give us an order. There we go. Our opponent's a professional. Don't go in unless you graduated from the killing house. Nightingale 1 and 2, Nightingale 5, Phoenix 7 and 8. Get ready to move in. How many firearms do we have? We have 4 MP5s and plenty of grenades. Can't trust our bulletproof shields, we abandoned them. There's a flashlight on the right next to the entrance, assuming they don't have devices to see in the dark. Nightingale 1 here. We're going in. Throw in some grenades when I give you the signal. While the enemies were quiet, Kasai changed his magazine. Shion-san, that's enough. Please go. If I go, they'll fire at you while you reload. You can't do it by yourself. There was a contradiction in what Shion just said. According to her theory, the last 2 can never escape. Mion kept shouting from the tunnel below. Damn it, Shion, hurry up and come down. Who knows it wasn't safe to stay? Nobody could stop Mion from screaming. Mion and I will wait for Shion here. Right now. Why don't you take everyone else to escape to the hills? Okay. No. I don't want to lose anybody. Pika. This is the final world. There's no more starting over. I don't want either Shion or Kasai to die. I don't want a future like that. I know we can't redo it, so no, I don't want it. Shion, please come down. Looked up to the top of the well. They saw a violent flash and heard a roar. Then they heard explosive sounds, different from the sounds of the machine guns that Shion and Kasai were using. They also heard a tinkling sound, which could have been the sound of bullet shells. They couldn't see anything other than the flashing lights. Only the noise reached them, and everything stopped. The little signs, footsteps that belonged to Shion or Kasai gathered at the top of the well. They could hear hard-soled shoes kicking the bullet shells as they walked. It's clear. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1, we've secured the loopholes. Voice echoed down the well, and Mion and the others heard it too. They didn't know how to react. Some became speechless, some started to cry, some let out a wordless scream. They took the well as they waited for Shion and Kasai to come down, but there was no sign of them. A beam of light shone down from the top of the well. I grabbed Mion and Keiichi's collars and pulled them back. But they could see in the dark. They might already know that Keiichi and the others were hiding in that horizontal tunnel. Roger, we'll try. Can you hear us? You don't need to reply, just listen. Guy shouted from the top of the well. We want the Queen Care, Rika Furude, and Director Kyosuke Irie. You've misunderstood something. We're here to eradicate a unique local disease. What's happening right now is because we suspect the Director's involvement in a conspiracy. You have nothing to do with this. Turn them over to us. They'd already turned all the flashlights off, so nobody could tell what kind of expressions were on each other's faces. But I could sense Mion's expression distorting. Because of that darkness, nobody knew how to stop her from screaming. You murderer! You killed Shion! Are you talking about this girl? Don't worry. She's still alive. She's just unconscious. She's alive, Michan. Press easy at their announcement, though. Because she knew Shion's survival wouldn't help resolve this situation. Same with the guy, he's alive too. But if you refuse to turn those two for us, we'll have to use them both as bargaining chips. What are you gonna do to them? Min looked up to the top of the well in the dark. It suddenly became very bright, and she saw something unbelievable. Shion was unconscious, and one of the men was holding her. He was basically sticking her body out over the edge of the well. If men let go of Shion, she would fall to the bottom. They had no idea how far down it went. There's no way she'd survive. Shion! Didn't reply, but she moved just a little bit. Shion was alive, at least for the moment. No way. I won't push her off. Huh? What are you saying? You can easily kill a hostage if they have more than one. They have Shion and Kasai. He'll push Shion off and just ask the same question again. He means it. And lashed fiercely at Keiichi. He regretted saying what he just did. Give you a little time to think, but after 60 seconds, the first hostage will go down. Think it over very carefully. What should we do? Man was half crazed with fear and panic. They want me. Let them think Rika-san has already escaped. I'll go. Should be satisfied with just me. That plan sounded like the best idea for minimizing damage, but Reina quietly spoke up. No. Shi-chan and Kasai-san risked their lives to buy time so we could escape. If we went back, what they did would be wasted. What do you suggest we do? You saying we should let Shion die? Saying we don't care if Shion dies right now? Damn you. Please stop me, son. I don't know what to do either. Please, because Shion is my nene. Shion! Started to cry as she held Satoko's head. The mountain dog's beam of light shone into the horizontal tunnel. Their eyes had grown used to the darkness, so even with a little light they could sort of see one another. But so what? And this was a desperate situation, and Mion and Satoko continued to cry, and bit her lower lip, trying to hold her feelings in. Yurie simply looked down. And as for Rika and Hanyu, they were restless. What do we do, Hanyu? I don't know what to do. I don't know either. You're a god, aren't you? Do something. Do something. Psychic powers to knock the enemies down. Help Shion. Only a miracle can save her. God, make a miracle happen. Slap. And they all heard a strange sound. Everyone was surprised to see what caused it. Hanyu just slapped Rika in the face. Rika, listen to me. Hanyu? Both have experienced many worlds and we have learned much. Sometimes you learned and sometimes I learned. We've learned many important things, and now in this world we've learned the most important thing. Something we've been pursuing, something we finally got. Do you know what that is? It's how to make a miracle happen. Miracle's like a number you get on a die. People think the result of the die depends on God's mood. What's the key to miracles? Just don't have the right to control them. Though humans don't have the right, they can perceive. Perceive how to improve their odds and know. And how they can make a miracle happen. Make a miracle happen. Rika should already know. You learned it before I did. This world must be precious to you. Why don't you try it this one last time? His mouth hung open. It's right, she thought. I'd forgotten again. To make a miracle happen. Well, go ahead and escape. Rika stood up. Everyone was surprised to hear what she said. Yurie, take them. I'll go out there. Takano means to kill us both. But she wants to kill me in a certain way. So she won't kill me for a while. Are you kidding? You'll end up dead anyway. If I don't go, she and Kasai will be killed. I'll let them capture me. This time it will take Takano to kill me. Will take Takano to kill me will give you a chance to counterattack. Rika-chan. Thinking about it now, the answer was very simple. She spoke. Rika stepped out of the horizontal tunnel and reached the ladder. The beam of light shone down upon her. This dark world, her figure, seemed almost holy, like someone receiving a divine revelation. Because, believe we can win. You, me, and even God believe in it. This is nothing. Nipa! Smile told them that she trusted them, 100%. She believed someone would come rescue her before she got killed. That's why she didn't mind letting the enemy capture her. If it would save Shion and Kasai's lives, then it was nothing. Coming up right now. Pull Shion back, okay? The mountain dog pulled Shion's body away from the edge of the well. So you wouldn't think of touching my friends. I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. Takano wants to kill me personally, so if that happens, you'll be in big trouble, okay? Alright, right. Come on up. I'll let my friends go. According to your plan, they all die anyway. We can't do that. We won't kill them, but we have to restrain them. Well, that's a pity. Farewell. Faster let go of this ladder than to bite my tongue. It's a very deep well. If you can't produce my corpse, then ruins your plans too, doesn't it? As long as they captured Rika, the mountain dogs didn't really care about the others. They're ready to kill the rest if they resisted once they had Rika. That's why they wouldn't agree to Rika's request. They started to think that maybe they should just lie to Rika. That was when they heard something. Hanyu started to speak in a clear voice. It's a voice with a merry, mysterious tone. It sounded like it was coming from below the surface of the earth, but it also sounded like it was coming from heaven. Hanyu spoke. I am saying I accept the deal. Quit complaining and do as she says, low-lifes. Rika Frude is coming up. Rika Frude is coming up. You'll fulfill her little request. Heaven will not provide to those who won't offer anything themselves. Stop thinking above yourselves, humans. Know your place in the sin of pretending to be more. Nightingale 1. Member has been demanding their surrender. Suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. He had been such an advantageous position, but somehow it didn't seem that way anymore. That girl's voice, there was something strange about it. That voice belonged to something both holy and sacred. He instinctively sensed it. Humans can only negotiate with other humans. It's impossible to negotiate with a being greater than all humans. Wait, I'll check with the commander. Wait a minute. I went to Phoenix 1. Until just a minute previous, but he had grown completely perplexed. Everyone was stunned by Rika and Hanyu's mysterious auras. We will come rescue. Right away, okay? Rina muttered as she tried to hold back her tears. Okay, we'll accept your request. We'll let everyone else go. Rikafurude, you come up. Major Takano says there's something she wants to talk to you about. Okay, I'm coming up. Mipa! Okay. I don't like leaving off on this point, but I don't feel like doing an 8-hour stream like we did that one time. But we will for sure finish Saturday. So let me. So we'll pick up next time. So pick up on Saturday. I'll probably start it at about 8 p.m. Central Time. So or maybe a little bit earlier than that, but for sure. So Saturday evening we will finish it up. But yeah, thanks. I hope you all enjoyed it. This is really getting really intense for sure. But yeah, I will finish this next time for sure. Yes, yes. Thank you for coming by.